It's me again. We're back today with another video. In this video, I'm doing something live, just like the last thing I did. Wow. We gotta lock in and be super productive today, okay? We cannot fall behind this week. Get shareable link. I always like how YouTube suggests me all sorts of ideas that I should do. Do I believe it? That they're going to get views? Who knows? Streaming live right now on YouTube. There we go. Is it gonna show up? There it goes. Hi, Scythe. How are you? Are you going to learn something today? Wait, instead of doing coding this stream, maybe I just go and watch all of KXD Scythe's YouTube videos. Wouldn't that be fun and entertaining? Hello, hello? That sounds fire. Okay, well then I guess we're not gonna do that. We should do that? No, we're not doing that. Maybe we'll do that. No, not today. Today we have to focus on this mod or it's never getting done. And that's the truth. Have to lock in. So today I am working a little bit more on the VFX. Specifically, you can see here we got something going on. It's not very great. The idea behind this ability that's currently active is it's supposed to attach these emitters to a body part. So that way people can attach like cool effects. Like this could be like a nice little glowing effect whenever they're activating an ability, or a charging effect or something like that. But also attach it to the feet if they wanted to do like thrusters and stuff and make it look like you're flying like this, or all sorts of random stuff. Did you lose a lot? Did you miss a lot maybe? I don't think you missed anything. So yeah, right now I'm in the process of tweaking the positions of everything. And I can go through and show what we did last stream just in case people missed it. But right now we're going through and editing this function here, this get body part anchor function. The idea behind it is we're defining the positions relative to the player's current scale of where these anchors should be and where the particles need to be attached. So right now we're doing the right hand and the left hand here. The problem is, if we look at it though, that it is very clearly not actually centered around the right and left. So we need to fix that by adjusting. One of my problems was though that it seems like the rotation also is kind of messing things up, because you can see if as we rotate it just kind of, it feels like it's not synced properly. So we need to look into that as well. But in the last stream, welcome in Sandy, hey Lucid Dreams, Ricky, Rotel, welcome in everyone. So yeah, last stream, what did we do? We were doing similar stuff with block displays, but we were doing, oh wait, I already have the power. But we were doing shockwaves. So we have like a couple of just variants. These are all very customizable shockwaves. So each one, pretty much everything about it is customizable. So we have a simple foot one that we made that just does a shockwave of just diamond blocks, and that's just the default, and it spawns wherever you are. We have the big one to showcase that you can do some pretty cool stuff with block displays and make them really big and spread them out kind of like that. And you can mess with the palette and stuff to make it look a little cooler. And then we have the punch effect, which wherever we're looking, it does a little punch. This one's not perfectly tweaked, but it's kind of the same idea where we're making these rings, and again, all of those are customizable. The rotation of the ring is customizable. The blocks are customizable. All of it. But now we need to fix the attachment of these things. And one thing I did remember, Palladium actually has emitter code. If I look in, I think it's in the ability serializer. Let me pull that up. There should be there's the trail, shader effects, projectiles, restrict slots. I swear there was a particle emitter thing. Maybe there's not yet. Energy beam. Okay, so there's not yet. So that gets rid of that. Will the shockwaves become faster? The shockwaves are configurable, so this was just a test one. But if I go here, you can configure their speed, how far they go, how dense it is, so how many blocks are there, and when they disappear. So if you wanted to make it faster, you just decrease this speed value, and it will spread out a lot faster. And this is also configurable to using a value, meaning you can like make the speed go faster if their quirk factor is faster. You think you saw particles around the middle, but a little further down? Oh, am I just blind? Oh. List of emitter IDs where the particles will spawn at. Why am I getting hit with ads? Because YouTube likes to auto set the monetization to on, and I forget. But you'll just have to sit there and watch that ad, I guess. Oh well. Okay, so let's take a look at the particles ability, I guess, since you pointed that out. We'll see if it doesn't look like it attaches to anything. Particle status, firework particles, after particles, particle ability dot class. This one. You got 3. Just reload the page or use a certain web browser. Ad blockers, they're really great. So this one uses spawn particle emitter, entity this. Particle emitter ID. So it looks like you can define particle emitters with Palladium. You might have an ad blocker, that's probably why. Because right here, we're passing in a particle emitter ID, and it's just using this to spawn it at the correct position. So I'm wondering, if we look at the inheritor, has cape is first person, spawn effect, entity. I guess there's entity effects. Spawn particle emitter, particle type, particle options, particle emitter configuration. Let's take a look at this. Spawn particles at the player. Okay, well, I don't know how to use particle emitters, I'm gonna be honest. So is it better to just wait and do it when this is either finished or I know how to do it? See, my brain doesn't work like that. I'll just want to sit here and suffer. So yeah, we have to adjust this. The problem with this adjustment is we have to reload Palladium every single time. Wait, that's not true. We just have to put it in debug mode. I was thinking with the offset, because the particle emitters are, you're able to offset them. similar to everything else. So we have a location offset and a drift offset. So if I'm modifying the range of a shockwave, how high do I have to crank it up for it to invert into an implosion? You don't have to crank it up. You just have to change the final scale. That's a good point. Oh, you have to change the final scale and the hold on, it might not be possible to do that with this. Density, final scale, location offset, rotation offset. Okay, so there's no way to do implosions yet. That's a good suggestion though. Let me add in a to do here. And so cuz the shockwave is its full thing. Or full final thing, which we did that. So I'll just make a separate method for summoning a implosion. And to do summon implosion. That's a good idea. We're going to add that in. Okay, so we have Minecraft open here. Let's do this. Can I put this on this side? This here. And then we do this. Minecraft in this resolution is a little cursed, but we'll live with it. Oh, we can see the stamina bar doesn't actually work. Okay, so these are attached to the left and right hands. You can see the left arm, which is this one here, is way too far to the left. Or the left hand, I mean. And it's done here with this vector. So this is the X, Y, and Z positions. Y is up and down. Z is forward and back, I believe. To test it, let's actually change this because I don't actually know if it's forward and back. Maybe that's why I was having issues. We're going to see it changed it. I think that's forward. Yeah, you can see it's much more forward now. So that's not what we want to do. We want to change the X position right here. Did I try it? No, I did not. So we can do 48, and this is negative 48. Or so the left hand is positive 48. So the left is on this side. So positive 48, so we need to go down. So let's go down to like 36. 36. And that should... Did that move? It kind of doesn't look like it moved. Let's try 0. And see where it goes. Okay, so that pushed it in a lot more. Because we're looking right here. We're looking on this side. So 0 we don't want. Let's go 0.1. And try that. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty close. 0.1. Oh, but then whenever we move, it moves. Why does it do that? That's weird. It's like it's not actually anchored. Because if I rotate here, you can see it's not even close to matching. Like the center is over here when it should be here, but then when we rotate, now the center's over here instead of here. It's like these aren't actually respecting rotation. Is that the case? It might not be. Are you liking block displays? I think so, because I think you can do some cool stuff with them. The thing is, particles are, particles are easier to do, for sure, but I kind of want to have the options, and I just kind of wanted to play with this as well, because it's a new version of Minecraft and everything. So let's see. So we have some logic here to try to keep up with the movement. We can see it's not actually working very well. Because I tried to get the movement here to swing to match that, but it's not really working. Let's see, right arm, right hand. Maybe we gotta implement these. Because we're checking the arm swing here, but maybe we need to watch the rotation, which is down here. We're doing a lot of stuff. I've been working on this for a while behind the scenes. I actually don't want to do this today. Let's do something more fun. Let's try to work on some smoke screen type effects. I think that would be cooler than this, because I'm kind of over it. So what do we want? We want the ability to smoke out everything in the radius. Hey Blaze, what's up? You do know me. Crazy. And I think we're going to do a similar thing to the, not this one, to this one for the smoke. But instead of having it go out really far, we're going to try to localize it more. And instead of a ring, we're going to try to do more of a dome. Because the smoke should probably work a little bit like that. I did want to see if we could try to do smoke encased inside of like buildings. So if I do smoke, it stays contained within the building. But that's probably going to be, I mean, I was doing experiments with that when I was trying to do reactive particle smoke, and it's kind of annoying to do. So we're not going to do that, I think. Instead, let's go here. Let's first turn off the emitter because it annoys me. Let's make it let's see. We'll make it a toggle, I guess, which I don't remember if I said this last time. I figured out how to do toggle in Palladium, the new Palladium. It is still using the keybind. Before it used, let me make sure this is big. Before it used the its own keybind or toggle condition, and now it's all under keybind, which is interesting. Yeah, that's as big as it gets. Okay, so let's do the dome thing first. So inside of the block summoner, we're going to leave that one here, and we're actually going to save all of the particle emitter, doing some testing for the particle emitters. We're going to commit that so you don't lose it. And now we need to create a new function. So we're going to have a static void function, meaning it's not going to return anything. Summon. And this one will be we'll just start off with a growing dome. Which I guess it could just be a regular dome, and then they just put in the radius that they want it to grow to. So if we go up here and see, that's not, we don't want the random palette. For the shockwave, we have in the level of the player, the ending radius, the starting radius, the speed of it, the density of it. We're gonna need all that. We'll have the palette. Honestly, we need these things too. Lifetime, random, we pretty much need everything. Pretty much need everything. What I should do is create a record for all this, but we're not going to do that right now. We'll do it later. Make it pretty later. So paste in all of these. Paste them right here. And now we need to make a dome. So the way that the logic worked with the shockwave is we created we just used math to plot points along a circle, and that's how we got the shape of a circle, or of a shockwave. and then we just set their positions, and all of the animation was done by Minecraft. Now we need to set the, or do the math to find points on a dome face. Now this one's going to be a little more complicated because it's in 3D space, which is never great. But luckily, we have the intern. Please explain how the math works to get points on a dome shape around a center. I don't remember the math behind it, so we're gonna have it do this. Kemper asked, how do you make to Java? How do you make to Java and Palladium compatible? Palladium is a Java mod, so it's already compatible. You're wasting water? That's not how it works, but we're just learning some math. A full sphere is centered at the XYZ Cartesian coordinates, where x is equal to the center of the coordinates multiplied by the radius times the sine cosine of theta. Then y is the radius of sine times sine, or sine squared, and the z is just the radius cosine squared. We know that theta is going to be 0 to 2 pi in this case for the... oh, wait, I didn't even see that. Oh, yeah, so theta is going to be 0 to pi. This one, horizontal angle, is going to be... I forgot what the symbol of this is called. But we're making sure it's pi over 2 for theta to make sure it's only the top half of the dome. But we really don't care if it's the top half. I'm thinking we just do a full dome anyway. It's probably best to do not put the stuff underground, but we can think about that later. Greetings from the UK. Interesting. You think Kemper is asking how you're adding custom Java functions to a Palladium mod? Oh, if that's what you're asking, like I said, Palladium is already a Java mod, so it's going to... it's just like any other Java mod that you add functionality to it. And the way that, I mean, we can take a quick little side tangent. The way that the abilities and stuff works the way that the abilities or anything really in Minecraft works is there's a registry, and that registry just contains all of the information about something. So there's a block registry that contains all of the blocks that are in Minecraft. There's an item registry that has all of the items. There's an entity one that stores all of the items, etc. Palladium adds in registries for the abilities, the conditions, and a few other things. So all we have to do, just like any other Minecraft mod, is basically ask for that registry, which if we look inside of the abilities register here, we're literally saying figure out where the ability registry for Palladium is, and just essentially make a reference to it. And now that I have a reference to this, I can put in any ability that I create and just register into the correct spot. And then Palladium just does all the work, or does the rest of the work of, running the ability and ticking it and all that. Is a goal for smokescreen stuff? I was thinking of working on to make it blind just from the effects themselves. So initially the way that smokescreen worked was that it blinded everyone. And the particles were just there as kind of a visual to show. I didn't really like that too much because it didn't look too great. And I feel like it would just look pretty much a lot cooler if we're using block displays instead. So that's what we're going to try to do. But we also might blind them too, depending. Because if I go back into game real quick, you'll see the block displays can, in fact, cover up your vision really well. So doing that can get a better effect of smoke than just irregular particles. Like the particles, yeah, you can make bigger and stuff, but sometimes I feel like it doesn't look as great because we could make really big particles and scale them. But here, let me activate this ability. See, because like standing inside of this, imagine this is all just like purple and stuff for smoke. Was that disappearing? It might have been. Maybe instead of blindness, you can apply a scalable fog to them depending on the power of the smoke screen. That's actually a thing I have done for a different ability, and I could probably do that for there because I made a custom fog ability for a different mod. I could do that for smoke screen. But since there's the upgrade for the user not to be blinded, is it then possible for the block displays to be transparent to a specific player? Yeah, that's the concern too, right? Because if we summon all of these block displays, and although we may not blind the user, they may still... Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm going to try to make this first, and then we'll see how it affects the vision, the player's vision. Luckily, I do have... where is it? I am creating my own block display class for this. So I can add in some different functionality for things, like seeing through them and stuff. But we'll have to see. I might have to do a custom render for that too. This is all a test. It might not even work, unfortunately, for like gameplay wise, it might suck. So we are gonna find out. I'm hoping it doesn't suck, but there's no promise that it won't. Unfortunately. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna do a very, very base thing here. Here's the loop that we do to go through the shockwave. We basically start when it's a 2D thing, a 2D circle. You only have one angle of theta, and that theta just goes from 0 to 2 pi for the circle. But it's a little different with our sphere because it's in 3, so we have 2 different angles that we need to do. And that is annoying. So we're going to try to do it with just following the math that ChatGPT here is saying. Let's see. We don't care. Simpler dome. If you don't need a full sphere math, you can also think of it as pick a height, compute a circle radius, place points on that circle of that height. Wait, that's true. That could be so much easier. Maybe I do this one instead. Because we already have the circle. Because what this is saying is, it's saying instead of doing like a dome, we do a circle shape like this, but we just do a bigger circle, and then on top of that we stack. Wait, let's get some paint. So it's suggesting that maybe we do one circle on the bottom like this, and then instead of calculating like point, whatever, we go and do a circle above that that's just slightly smaller radius, then slightly smaller, slightly smaller, slightly smaller, and then that kind of gives us the shape of a dome a little bit, or, you know, a shape of an emoji. We could try that. We'll see. I kind of want to do it this way, though, first. So we divide this into vertical layers and divide, I don't remember what this is. It's theta and something. I don't remember what the math term for that is. And then we just plug it into the X, Y, and Z coordinates. How did you create your Palladium instance with IntelliJ? Like, how did I import it in? With the build.gradle file. It's in here. The build.gradle file. You can define your dependencies, and so I just defined Palladium as a dependency. And it just downloads it, and now you can kind of access it in your project. Alrighty, so we need... I'm pretty sure it's float. Is it float or doubles? I know it got mad at me. I used float here. Double. We'll try double. So we need our X, Y, and Z. Double X, Y, and Z. And we're going to need a double for theta, which is going to be 0 to, what did it say? 0 to pi? 0 to, what did it say? Ranges from 0 to pi. So we'll start this at 0. We'll say 0 to pi. Then double not, we'll just call it not theta. I don't know what it is. This one goes from 0 to 2 pi, and this is our actual 2 pi. And actually, we want to do the max theta. Because up here, we do, in our for loop, we start theta as 0, and then we go to the endpoint. So the endpoint is what we need to name here. So let me remove, or just comment this out for a second. So double theta equals 0. Theta is less than or equal to math dot pi, then theta plus equals, let's see, the math is going to be divide theta into vertical layers. So the increment of theta is going to be I over n, our interval over n times pi halves. Wait, I don't think we want to do it like this because we need to do... You're off to record a video. Wow, I wasn't invited. Okay, I guess. Have fun. Also, it's not nerdy to code. Just saying. Maybe we need to track... Maybe we need to... Let's see. Maybe we have to do vertical slices first. And then after the vertical slice, we do the horizontal slices. That's going to use this guy, 2 pi. But we don't want to do 2 pi though. So it would be pi over 2 here. Because we only want to do like half of a dome. So for, let's see, I guess we're doing I equals 0. I is less than, maybe less than or equal to, how many vertical layers do we want? I don't know. Let's just do 10. I plus plus. And so that's how many layers vertically it's going to have. So then we need to create theta down here because theta is going to be constantly changing. And it's going to be the step, I believe, step divided by the number of vertical steps. Times pi. I'm really struggling to remember my dome math. Pi over 2. Yeah, because I'm looking here. Theta is equal to our I, which would be how many steps we're doing in the vertical, divided by however total steps, which is 10, multiplied by pi over 2. So I forgot the over 2 part. We could probably change this. Let's do double vertical steps. Steps equals 10. And I can get rid of that. The hungry feline says hello. The hungry feline's learning how to code. Okay, and then we need to go through the horizontal steps. So what's the equation for that? It's the number of horizontal steps divided, just like we do here. But this time it's 2 pi. So let's do 4 int x equals 0. X is less than the horizontal steps, because we're going to do the same thing. Steps, and then x plus plus. Whoops. X plus plus. The double horizontal steps will just equal to the same thing, 10. Why is x? Oh, x. Oh, we shouldn't use x. Hij. J always looks the same, though, but same as I. It's not a good idea to use J. Continues to use it. Yeah, I remember you from the last one. Something. I also remember you, Proto. The lizard is not out today. He didn't want to be here, I guess. Double... You know what? I'm going to Google it. What is the angle symbol that is not theta? Anyone know what it is? Or Google beats you? Too slow. Phi. Who would have thought? I wouldn't have. Phi equals, and this is going to be the same thing, j divided by the horizontal steps, multiplied by, and this time it's 2 pi. Which we don't need to do that. 2 times math.pi. What other sport equipment would you make? I don't know yet. And also, I don't want to ask you to make some stuff because I don't know if that's exactly, like, if I'm going to use it 100%. You know? So I just hold off a little bit. I don't want to waste any of your time. Okay. I think... So then we need to get the x, y, and z coordinates. So double x, we defined them up here, but we're going to get rid of that. You only know alpha, beta, theta, and omega. Haven't a single clue what the other symbols are. Yeah, I remember using phi. Now that I hear it, I definitely have used it before. But all right, we need to get the center, because according to this, we need the center plus whatever the radius is, and then multiplied by our theta and our phi. So the center, we're just going to make it the player's center. Double center x equals player dot get x. Oops. And Control D to duplicate. Boop boop. And we'll do y and z, y and z. So the location is going to be the center x plus the radius, which we'll just say double radius equals 10. Radius time, wait, that's kind of a big radius. We'll do 5. You're going to mute the live stream real quick because the official Backrooms trailer dropped. Ooh, I saw that in the theaters. Or the initial one. It was kind of giving creepy vibes. We got to multiply that by math.sine of theta. And for x, you multiply it math.cosine of phi. For the y coordinate, we do the center y plus the radius multiplied by theta. Is it the same thing? It is the same thing. Okay, that's the same value. Double z equals center z plus, this is the one that's different, radius times math dot cosine of theta. This is why you treat math as physical abuse towards your brain. Well, can't deny it's definitely a little hard, but we can't let that stop us. Now we got to define the block display. So we're going to do this, set position, block, scale, translation. We don't actually need. And the lifetime is something we do need, so we're going to grab that, but we're just going to do this. New block display. Set the position equal to just x, y, and z. X, y, z. Set block is going to be random block palette. We do need our example palette. Did I delete it? Yep. All right, we're just going to say the palette is empty, so it just does stone. So that's actually fine. We do need our random source. So let's come up here. Let's do random source. Random equals player.get random source. Get rid of not theta. We don't need that anymore. So this will just make it out of stone blocks. Display.set lifetime equal to, we'll set it equal to 10 ticks, 10 seconds. Block scale lifetime, I think that's good. And we just do level.add fresh entity display. And I think that is what we will do. The question is, do I want to make it... I should make it a command. I don't really want to. I hate making commands. Especially this command. It's so annoying. Because right now we only have a summon command, and... I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Okay, so we got to do a command for dome, summon dome. And I hate this. then. Commands.argument dome. I literally don't even want to do. I hate doing commands. All right, we're just gonna make it an ability. That's actually way worse, but we're doing it anyway. We're gonna copy this whole thing. It actually isn't too much. It's mostly just a lot of documentation. We're gonna right-click new ability. We're gonna call this BD Dome ability. And we paste in everything from here. We change this Shift F6 to BD Dome ability. Changes everything, including all this stuff, which is great. And it does all of our this. And we literally just need to change this to, instead of summon shockwave, to summon dome. And it's going to do the same exact thing as the other ability, except for what it calls. So we're going to make this BD, not this one. We're going to duplicate the shockwave. Just call it BD underscore dome. And then duplicate this. Make sure this is BD dome ability. Oh, dang, it renamed this too. Are you kidding? It renamed the shockwave ability to dome. Wait, did it? Wait, it... Oh my gosh, why did it do that? Okay, whatever. So when I did Shift F6 to rename this, it renamed it every file, which I did not want to do. All right, we're going to Control F. We're going to replace with this, replace all. Then we got to go back to the ability register, and we got to change this to BD shockwave ability. And this to BD shockwave ability. BD shockwave. This is BD dome. Oh, why is it like that? BD underscore shockwave ability. There we go. And then this is dome. This should be BD dome. Do I need to check anywhere else? Control Shift F for BD dome ability. So it's good there. It's good here. This is all good. And then in the ability register. All right, we should be fine. So let me go over to the power, this test power. We're going to copy this. Nothing is used, so we don't have to really worry about it. We're going to say dome test, BD dome. All of it, none of these are going to matter except for the palette. So it's actually not even, oh yeah, the palette is going to matter. So we're going to do diamond block. That's not going to matter. Dome test, keybind action. I think that's how it is. Keybind action with a cooldown. And list index, we will do 4. And just like that, as long as the math is correct, we should have a dome that just appears and then disappears. If it doesn't, I blame someone else. Duplicate registration of BD shockwave. Hello. BD shockwave, BD dome ability. Shockwave dome. Oh, I didn't change this. Did I change it in the... Oopsies. Did I change it here? BD dome, I did. Let's give this a try. This should make a nice, beautiful dome. And if it doesn't, well, I guess we just give up coding forever. So there we go. We've got K is the dome test. If we press this, right. Did it do anything? It's not doing anything. Is this still working? This is working. Okay. Do we have an error whenever I press it? BD Dome ability cannot be cast to class Shockwave ability. Are you kidding? It's because I did the stupid... Oh no, it's mad about the... This is the documentation, actually, it's mad about. Error while encoding example object. Oh. So it's mad because of this. Oh, I need to go to Dome. The documentation, at the very least, is mad because down here we got to do BD Dome. Wait, I did do that. Why is it mad? How many mods have I made? I've made quite a few mods, but I've only ever actually posted one on CurseForge. And that was a Tensura one. And I've made a bunch of mods for like Minecraft challenge videos, some of them that I haven't uploaded videos for yet because I'm very slow at editing. But was it in the shockwave ability that it's mad? No. Is this when I press the button that that shoots the error, or is that when it's loading? Let's see. Okay. Okay, literally just doesn't do anything. Cool. So I don't think it's because of this, maybe. Let's take a look at the ability. All I do whenever the first tick runs, we grab this, we do this, blah blah blah. Then we do block display summoner dot summon dome. And we summon it. Did I miss a step in the block display summoner? I'm thinking I might have, because I do level.add fresh display here. But if we go back up to the summon shockwave, we add it here, and we do add this to the pending, but we're not animating it, so we don't need to do this. What did I forget? I set the position. Wait, that's the wrong one. All right, position is set to the X, Y, and Z coordinates, which should be relative to me. Random palette, I set the scale to the initial scale, which would pass in. Oh, did I copy something where the initial scale was 0? That's why it's not appearing, because I set it as size 0. What is wrong with me? 1, 1, 1. I guess there's nothing wrong. It's just I didn't. Okay. Actually, instead of 1, we're going to set it to 0.5 to get a better view of how it looks. 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. What other things do we pass in that we actually use? Just palette. Okay, so that should be fine. Let's see if that error also pops back up when it loads with the documentation. We will see. I don't see it. I don't see it. I think it's good. I think it's good. Oh wait, but it generates documentation when we reload the world, so oh not good. Not good. Error while encoding example object for documentation null. Block displays video ability cannot be cast to shockwave ability. But why are you trying to? that doesn't matter. Our ability should still work, even though the documentation's bullying. Huh. That doesn't quite look like a dome. I mean, kind of if you squint. Let's get up high so we can see. Well, I mean, it's kind of a dome. Like, if you, like, look sideways, it's kind of dome-like. Me when I cope. Okay, well, that did not work. How is this code not perfect? Do we need a lot more vertical steps? Maybe. Let's just change this to 100. Hot swap it. We'll see if it does anything. Because it's just possible it stopped. Maybe it was in the middle of a masterpiece and we just cut it off. Okay. I see what it's doing. Oh, my frames. Uh, 40 FPS. Loading all of these entities. We shoot back up to 120. Huh. So that's not right. Is it the radius? Let's change this to 50 steps. By the way, this is 50 times 50, so this is 250 entities or something? Let's change this to 10 and see if that does anything. Boop. Interesting. These are some weird shapes. Very weird shapes. But I don't know why it's squished. Like, the dome shape is kind of there. You can kind of see it. But I think it's... What is happening? Let's see. I think... Is one of these calculations, did I mess up a letter? X is supposed to be C of X, center X, plus the radius multiplied by the sine of theta and the cosine of phi. Y is supposed to be the center Y plus the radius multiplied by the sine of theta by the sine of phi. Okay. Is this going to make a dome? Please? Whoa! That's cool. Look at that. Circles in Minecraft. A little cursed. That's okay. It's also where we're looking, which isn't good. If we didn't cut it off, it would be... Oh, we gotta set no collision on these things. Because if I look... Oh yeah, we gotta fix the no collision on that. That's whack. Okay, that's actually really satisfying to look at. Womp. I'm teleporting. Alright, but that's the wrong rotation. So if we want to rotate it, we'll probably have to rotate it in the same way that we rotated this, where we use the rotate function of a vector. Rotate by the rotational offset passed above. How do I rotate this? Forward. So we got the up, we have the right, we have the cross. This is for relative coordinates, actually, so that's not what I care about. This is kind of what I care about. Player rotation. We can define the quaternion with the rotation, and we just rotate it here. And then we take the rotation, and we rotate the offset, which is just the initial radius multiplied by the cosine. But that's not... That's not what we want. I don't think. Let's not divide this by 2. I want to see if this makes a full dome. I think it does. Also, that's a very weird dome. It's not a dome, it's a turret. Is it a dome? Oh, it is a dome. It just it's got like it's parallaxing from the FOV. It's making it look not like a dome. Ooh, look at that. That is trippy. That is wild. And could you imagine if we made all of these move? This isn't what we want, though. Let's make the radius smaller. Let's do 2. I'll change the number of steps to 10, because we're not lunatics. This was supposed to be divided by 2, I think. Pi over 2, or is it 2 over pi? I don't remember. Let's see. Okay. All right, so yeah. So that's doing a dome in the wrong shape. You're going to need to see an illusion quirk where you can summon fake diamond blocks to... I mean, that could be kind of funny. Or an illusion that just makes an illusion that builds or something. Like you could copy and paste structures and then just build fake versions of them. That'd be kind of funny. Let's ask, how do I rotate the dome on the dome equation so that it is not sideways? It needs a 90-degree. Yeah, there's that girl in the movie who did illusions of characters. So we need to rotate. Let's see, what do we need? Yeah, everyone forgot her name. Side character energy. Like, not even a side character. She's just a single little girl in a few seconds. A few seconds she exists in the world, and then she's just gone. Oh, no, that's not true. I think she was flashed back to maybe at the final episode or something. So I think I need to rotate the... I definitely need to rotate the X, Y, and Z coordinates. Because if we stick them together... Well, you remember better than I do. I didn't even remember his name was Kotaro. All right, let's try this. ChatGPT gave me an equation. It's just subtracting the center x from these XYZ coordinates, and then I guess we rotate the... or we inverse the thing. I'll just do it. So we would have like a change in x equals x minus center x, change in y, change in y, change in z, dy, dz, y, y, z, z. And then we have to rotate them by getting, rotate them by getting the new y equals the negative dz new z equals dy. And then we have to add them back together. Center x plus dx. Center x plus dx. Center y plus new y. Center z plus new z. All right, let's see if that makes a difference. Allegedly, this equation should rotate our half dome to be vertical. Wrong direction! Why? Also, I don't know if I like the shape. It's redundant. No, it's not redundant. So I think we need to flip the y, I think. Okay. Did that just shift it down? Nope, don't do that. Let's get rid of the negative z. There we go. So now, boom, we have our dome. Hey guys, you're like, welcome to my new house. Yes, that's right. This is actually would be cool to animate it in. Like start on the top and just go, you know? That'd be kind of neat. I'm going to clean this up in a second. Remind me to do that, but let's try and translate them. Because what we can do is we can spawn all of I guess there's a couple of animation styles that we can do. We can spawn everything from the center and grow it out. Or, yeah, let's try the center to out. Spawn the thing at the center, then grow out the edges. We already have the animation stuff set up, so all we have to do is do a loop here. So for int I equals 0, I is less than, we need the number of steps that we're going to do. So I think this is going to be less than or equal to, it's going to be the vertical steps multiplied by the horizontal steps, because that's how many we're doing here. So it's going to be vertical steps times horizontal steps. Then I plus plus. And all we're going to do here is just spawn the block display at the location of the center of the player. So so it's literally going to be dead center of the player. Like this. And now what we do, we set the scale to the initial scale, which we need to make a little, we'll make it smaller later. And we have the lifetime to 200. But to animate, we need to set the interval and we need to set the ending location. So up here, we can see we set the interpolation, not interval. So we set the interpolation to the tick speed. And we're going to have to set the translation as well, or pass it in at the very least, here to our pending transforms. So let's come here. Let's do set interpolation and then add that. Oops, wrong section. Up here. So we add our entity. Now here, instead of creating all of this stuff, oh, my ear just started ringing. That's annoying. We need to do pending transforms.add. And then just like up here, where we have a new pending transform with the value, we do have to give it the display, though, that we're editing. which is annoying. Okay, so we have to do it all in the same thing. Whatever, that's fine. Control C, come back down here. Pending transform, add in the display. We are going to have to, in fact, add the display. So basically just do all of this and delete this, I guess. Whatever. And then we need to have the translation, which is supposed to be a vector 3, I believe. Yep. Vector 3f translation is equal to new vector 3f. The coordinates are going to be center x plus dx, center y plus dy, or I guess new y, and new center z plus new z. And why are you upset? I'm not. Oh. And convert it all to a float because it's picky. Float, float, float. What? Can't convert to a float. Provided double. Cast first argument to a float. Is that not what I did? What? There's no way I have to do float, float. Oh my gosh, I have to do float, float. That is so stupid. All right, I'll clean it up in a second. We're gonna... That is so dumb. Whatever. Cast it all. This is temporary. I'm gonna fix it. Set interpolation, set translation, and then add the translation to the pending transforms list. And now it's using final scale, so we need to make sure the final scale is the same because we just want it to expand from the center. And we don't use that, I don't think. Yeah. All right, let's give this a try. We do have to stop it because we changed the power file. Okay. But this should have some good stuff to it. We'll see. Also, I've got some new video ideas planned for tomorrow. Well, I don't know if it's going to come out tomorrow, but I'm going to record it tomorrow. But the new Tensura update, or mod, is coming out. And I think it's even for... I think it's for the new version. If it's not the new version, then that's kind of sad. But I feel like I want to do some videos on that, just because it'll be new. All right, hitting this ability, it should start in the center of our body and then animate out to the shape of a dome. Hello? Hello? Why are you going over there? Come back. What? All right, so what did we do wrong? We set the position, center, x, y, z. Translation is equal to center x dx, center x plus dx, center y plus new dy, center y, or center z plus new z. So I see no problem with this. Translation, display, translation, final scale. Let's take a look at the translation that we used up here, because I might have just goofed. Oh, I guess we do have to subtract. I've been following. Yeah, I have been. Like I said before, I've made a mod even for it, or an add-on. I guess not an add-on. It was a mod for it. But yeah, allegedly tomorrow it's coming out. I thought it was supposed to be the updated version of it. So 1.19 or yeah, 1.19 was the old version. I think it's supposed to be 1.20 now. I'm not sure actually anymore. I think it's still supposed to be updated, but I haven't been following that much. But I want to do a bunch of like mod reviews and stuff for it. Okay, back to the problem. I think it's because, let's see. I think it's because our starting position and our ending positions, we have to subtract them from one another, just like we did here. Why, you may ask? Well, let me tell you. I don't know. That's the answer to that. Start position is center Y, I think. Center X. Center Y. Center Z. You're definitely going to be playing around with its new magic a lot. Yep. That's the whole purpose of the update, I guess, is to add in real magic and more cool magic, I guess. So we'll see how well it is. I'm hoping it's pretty good. So the end position is going to be here. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. Oop. That's a lot of casting to float. Let me delete that one. Delete this one. And delete this one. Get out of my way. Then translation is equal to the start position minus the end position. And we comment this one out. And we just hope that that works. I really don't like doing math. Who would have thought, as a programmer, I'd have to do math? Boop. All right, you gonna fly away from me this time? Whoa. That was crazy. It still has the same problem where the center point is not actually the center point, which is very weird. Very weird indeed, but we can change. It looks like an angry slime. I agree. We can change the tick speed up if we have it, actually to 50. It should zoom. We're gonna have to restart it though. Autocorrect did in fact go on a vacation, but that's okay. I need to get some music for the stream. I know I always say that, but my response is always, I don't know if I'm going to get copyright striked. Every time I've played music, even the, in quotes, copyright free, I get copyright striked. Vroom. Okay, so that's got to go way faster. Okay, so that looks decent. I mean, kind of. Let's do... Let's see. A lot of NCS songs didn't have the copyright at the time of posting them, but then later did. Yeah. Well, too, and then there's just things that scrape now all the time and just go after you. Like even stuff I have license for some of my videos. I still get copyright striked. And I have to appeal it. It's so dumb. All right, well, what did I have to fix? Oh, we need to add in the random rotation. The random rotation is done by passing in a quaternion to the rotation of the blocks. So if we see here, what is it? Set scale, set block, set rotation. Rotation, here we go. If random rotation is enabled, which we want it to be. Back down here. So literally just put this here. If random rotation is enabled, then we do a new random rotation. Is random rotation disabled or not? I think it defaults to true. But to be safe, random rotation true. Also speed it up because this is again too slow. Let's do like 25 ticks maybe. And restart. Is there any mods you guys want me to review? I should probably do more mod reviews. I haven't been posting a lot of videos, as you know. So I need to step it up. What made you want to make a mod of specifically MHA? It just that I was watching the series at the time when I decided. And I think the fact that it's kind of like I wanted to make something that was didn't require too much thought. And there wasn't too much thought because there was a lot of quirks that existed, so I didn't have to come up with custom powers and stuff. But then I spent a little too much time designing systems and stuff, but well, it's random rotation, all right. Boom. So this is what it looks like when you're walking into them. It definitely makes it harder to see. Boom. I can't see, I can't see, I can't see. And it's definitely not good that they are floating here. So we will need to transition them. Also, this dome is cool and all, but we need it to... Let me increase the radius. The radius is 25? Wait, no, it's not, because I don't actually use the radius. No, I don't use the radius. I just use end radius. End radius. Boop, here. So instead of using radius, I'll just do end radius. Copy, paste, paste. All right, let's see how this looks. Boom. That's interesting. It's an interesting shape, huh? What happens if I activate more vertical steps? What made it crash last time? 100 times 100? Oh yeah, don't do that. 50 times 50. Make it more lag. Boom. Oh, that's actually kind of cool though, isn't it? Look at that. Let's look at the there we go. Ready, set, spike. And back to normal right now. Do we think that's too big of a spike? I'm thinking it is. What's crazy? You can spam it. Oh no. You know it's bad when it gets out of the graph. Whoa, look at it. That's crazy. Can we do it until we crash? How high can I get the MSMN? 1 FPS. Isn't that kind of cool? I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. Yes. But then it just goes back to normal. See? Who cares about lag? Okay, what would make this better is if we activate it one more time, just once. At these bigger things, it's probably a good idea if we can add in more density in the sides. So, left and right. And I think that's done, or that should be done via the horizontal steps here. So if I increase this to like 70 and increase or decrease maybe this to like 30, it should be more dome shaped. That's a little bit better. Now, we need it to do not just here. We need to do it so it's random points within this cloud. Like this is the edge. Like hollow dome. Yeah, this is a hollow dome. We kind of want to do a full dome. So create things. Also, it probably looks super dumb and oh yeah, it does. It looks really dumb. But that's okay. What was I saying? Oh, but yeah. This is also good for like a shockwave effect too, because you can you like just boom. Like imagine you use both of these. You use K and B at the same time. Watch this. Boom. That's like a cool explosion. Boom. Except those go those go further, so you just have to tweak it. All right, so we're gonna keep this as a temporary because I still have to edit a few of the things. We're gonna say hollow dome ability. Initial. So we want to do a similar thing, but we want to randomly place them inside of the dome and not just on the end. Because on the ends is cool, but let's be realistic. It would be way cooler if it was filled in. So we're going to do hollow dome here and change this to hollow dome. And I'll go through and just change this ability, this dome ability, to have a true or false or a flag for which type of dome. But let's grab the hollow dome here. And also for the implosion, all we have to do is reverse this. If we reverse the starting and ending position, it can kind of do that. But we would probably want it to look a little bit better, randomizing the ins and outs and all that. Summon filled dome. All right, so time to Google the math for how to get points, random points in a dome shape. Let's see for the so we could do hold on. I'm trying to find a good source here. How to find random points in a dome. 3D. Generate a random polar angle, 0 to 2 pi, a random azimuth angle, phi, and a random radius, where u is uniform, 0 to 1. Radius, not cubed, but to the third power. Convert these spherical coordinates to Cartesian, which is just x, y, and z. Polar just means angle from the center, basically, and Cartesian means like actual x, y, z coordinates. Oh, this video, wait. This video. If I click this, is it going to play an ad? I bet it is. Oh my gosh, it's not an ad. Wait, you can't hear it? Hold on. Oh. You can't hear it anyway? Closed captions? The distribution of points. Same distribution before the rotation. Probability? Heck no. Okay, we're asking ChatGPT. I'm leaning a little on ChatGPT for these math equations, guys, but I wasn't very good at geometry. Leave me alone, okay? Give me the equation for finding points in a dome randomly. Okay. So we just grab a... Oh my gosh, it's whipping out arc cosine. Okay. Wait, I think I remember. I don't remember everything, but it's kind of falling to me. Okay. All right, let's try this. So, we need to do, we have the center, which we do. We're keeping the stuff below in case I mess up. And I equals 0. The difference between this is we don't want to go, we don't want to go like this, where we're doing vertical and horizontal. We just want to do them all at once, like I was trying to do before. So the total points, and I plus plus. Boop. Double total points equals a little 100, I guess. I mean, we could make it... The total points should be based on... What do we have here? We have the density, so we can multiply the density by the volume. Which is end radius. Sorry. There's people outside my house, and I got self-conscious. Just a little self-conscious. Okay, so the total points, we can just multiply the density by the radius cubed. Math.pow end radius times 3. I think that's decent. Okay, and then inside of this, we basically need to grab, similar to the polar coordinates, but we need random coordinates, so I guess it'll have to be a double. We'll do random.get.next double. ChatGPT says the variables are going to be u and v. I don't remember what those stand for. I think in polar coordinates, they're... Yeah, I have no idea. And let's see. The equation is we need the theta, and the difference now is we do the theta equals the arc cosine of 1 minus this value. Arc cosine, if you don't know, is the inverse to cosine. And if you don't know what that means, well, you should go back to algebra. I mean geometry. No, so if we do cosine of theta, boop, hello, equals y. Bro. Oh my gosh, y equals, there we go. So this is what a cosine looks like. Arc cosine of theta. Bro, chill. There. Is that how you do arc cosine, or is it this? It might be. There we go. This is the arc cosine. How does this help in this situation? I have no idea. I'm just coding, man. I'm just turning this math equation into some Java code. Double phi equals 2 times math.py times v. So if we look above, theta is going to be vertical, phi is going to be horizontal. So this is vertical pose, this is horizontal pose. We need to get a random radius as well, because we're basically choosing a random x and y, and then, x and y, and then the radius is like our z. So radius, we'll just do radius equals the end radius times, and then we're going to do cube root random dot next double. This is similar to what this was saying. We're basically doing this. We're generating a random polar angle, which is 0 to 2 pi, and which is this one. So this is our polar, 0 to 2 pi. Huh, just kidding, I lied to you. Well, we're at least getting the random radius here. I don't know what... this is like a side quest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what I'm doing. We need the positions. So double x equals center x plus r times math.sine of theta. Theta. And this is multiplied by math.cosine of phi, or phi. This needs to be radius. And we're going to copy paste this for y and z. Y and z. Y and z. This is sine and then sine again, because got clickbaited last time. And then this is just cosine of theta here. I mean cosine of... oh yeah, it is theta. Like that. And then we gotta fix the stupid things because the rotation is whack for some reason. Center x double dy equals y minus center y. Come on, man. Center y. And z is z. You know, I read it in a book once. It was like an English book, someone pronouncing it Z instead of Z, which people do in what was new I equal to? People do in like New Zealand and stuff. And I always kind of just stuck. This is what we're doing. We gotta rotate them again. Then we got to create the block display, also with a random rotation. And also, actually with this too. And this is going to the center YZ. Then we need the transform again, which is this. And tick speed. Did we forget anything? I don't think we did. No, I don't think so. Oh, well, we forgot to actually call it. We're gonna temporarily call it from this. Summon filled dome. Let's see what happens. I'm not convinced. I am not convinced. We're gonna see though. Because if this does work, it should look pretty cool. We will need to do some animate them randomly as well. Because they just go to a static spot, basically. But we need to randomize that afterwards. So let's see. Is it going to fill it up? Boom. Okay, I lost frames, but it didn't do anything. Oh, I'm lagging. Why am I lagging? Like, I'm lagging really bad. Server's overloaded. 20,000 ticks behind? What in the... Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at it go! Oh no, I just hit... Oh, it is loading. It's just summoning too many. Because I cubed it. I did... 50 times 50 times 50? Whatever I did, I just did it twice. Do you think the smoke aura ability for smokescreen will also use the block displays? I think at first that's the plan. I'm going to try to make it use it. If it looks bad, then no. But at the start of the stream, I went and I showed a little bit of the block displays where I can attach them to body parts. So the idea is to just attach them and do that. Okay, this world might be screwed. Let's do that. And before we attempt to do that again, let's maybe lower the old density. Let's just do... I don't know why I did it like this. Let's just do density by end radius. What is the density set to? 100 times 25. I feel like that's too many. 60. What we might have to do to optimize it is just make them bigger. Because you don't need as many block displays if they're all big. But I'm keeping them small so we can visualize the shape better. Let's see. Boop, boop. Do we think it saved all those entities, or did it delete them? I hope it deleted them. Oh, thank goodness. That could have been bad. All right, let's hit K. See, doesn't that look... That looks awesome. Yes, it spikes it, but... That looks cool. Yeah, it's not good for server performance, though. Not really good at all. But we can fix it, though. Oh, yeah, this is really bad. We should be able to fix it if we... Density, let's lower the density to, like, 20. Actually, 10, honestly. And we'll make the final scale between... Honestly, if we just make, like, the final scale 2, it should cover up all the holes. Let's see. While we're at it, let's make it look like smoke, too. So for the block palette, we can do purple stained glass, Minecraft purple concrete. Is there a light purple glass? I don't know. We'll just do those two colors. I also want to add in a little bit of variation to the lifetime too, because if we can... There is purple. Yeah, I know there's purple glass. I didn't know if there's light purple glass. I'll have to see when I get back into the game. Light purple stained glass. And we could also use stained glass too. All right, here we go. First smoke screen type ability. Boom. Whoa. That looks actually kind of cool. Wait. Oh. Disappears immediately. Is there a... Yeah, I have the random decay thing. Let me add that code in. Yeah, random decay. Random decay, random decay. That dissipating was kind of fast. Yeah, that's what we're fixing right now. Right here. And I think the lifetime, set lifetime equals to random plus next int lifetime. I think we'll do lifetime plus. If smoke should blind completely, shouldn't it consist of only non-transparent blocks? Not necessarily, because if you do a mix, you can't, because smoke is hold on. You're trying to trick me into not finishing this sentence. Hold on. Random decay. Is true. Oh, wait. Is there purple? Hold on. I'll answer your question in a second. I just gonna see what purple blocks we have. Purple concrete powder, purple glazed terracotta. There's no light purple. Purple wool. Purple terracotta, maybe, to give it some flavor? No. Let's do purple wool. Minecraft purple concrete powder. Minecraft purple wool. Minecraft. What is the purple underscore glazed? purple glazed terracotta. Is that how you spell it? Terracotta. Yeah. Okay. So your question, if the smoke should completely blind, shouldn't it consist of only transparent blocks? I would say no, and that it primarily should be non-transparent blocks. But if you think about it, in like a smoke, you can still kind of see a little bit in front of you, right? Because it's not. If we search up Deku's smoke images, make sure he doesn't. There we go. I mean, these are kind of bad examples, but like here. So the smoke is obviously thick, yeah, but there's times when you're in front of you, like this, where it's a little thinner. You can still see a little bit in front of you. If it was all transparent blocks, that would defeat the purpose. But since it's a mix of transparent and darker blocks, you get the effect of being able to see through like a little bit of smoke in front of you, but not completely around you, you know? See, I wanted to be able to do this, but I don't think it's happening. All right, let's see. How does this look? Also, I don't know if pink is going to work. I mean, it definitely is a pink. But what we can do, too, is I can add in custom blocks to get the color that I want. Because it's just any block that's registered, we can do. But let's see what this one looks like. Oh, what? Why did that just instantly go? I do not like the terracotta, by the way. That should decay in... I think that did that because of this. Here we go. Boom! Do they decay randomly? Yeah, they do. When making Black Whip, are you planning on that one thing he made surrounding his body to keep fighting? Yeah, that was... Yes, that was planned for the old one. I just didn't finish it. You joined into pure purple. Yes. Boom! Smoke screen. Now, one thing I do notice is it's not really... The density is kind of messed up. Also, why do all of those disappear at the same time? Hello? Is it just a lag thing? F32. We're still kind of high on entities, but we can decrease it. I don't know why it disappears like that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I like the purple glazed terracotta either, so we're gonna delete that. But the random decay should be any lifetime plus a random amount of ticks. Oh yeah, so what was I doing? So this here is, we need to make it so it prioritizes the middle and the outward stuff isn't as thick. Because right now the outside, you can see, is very thick with smoke. And that's cool from seeing out and in, but we want it to be kind of really dark in here. Unless... Oh yeah, you just clip through that. So when you walk through the thing, it just goes away. I wonder if we want to keep that or not. What are your guys' thoughts on this? Do you, like in terms of gameplay here, right? So we activate the smoke. It does basically this huge domain thing. What I can do is I can make the person who used the smoke maybe a little invisible. And I can do the blindness thing. And then it's just kind of like a mini domain expansion. Or what I could do is increase the smoke it still smokes, so why not let you clip through it? Well, I that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking it's fine that you can clip through it. Could be that name tags aren't visible for players inside the smoke, or just that players inside the smoke can't see each other's name tags. Ooh, that's a good idea. Let me add that to do. I'll just throw it in here. To do, make an anti-name tag field. I'll answer temporary clause your question in a second. But yeah, so what is... Okay, good. More people are here to get some opinions. So we have this smoke screen here, right? The question is, gameplay-wise, you can see how the smoke is kind of, it's pretty open in the center right now. There's a little bits of blocks, but most of it is concentrated around the ends. So what I could do is I can either make the smoke caster invisible, or just everyone in the smoke, just make them straight up invisible. So visually, we're just in the smoke like this, just invisible. Or what I could do is increase the smoke on the ground here, so it's a lot harder to see things. So like in the center here, we make the smoke like super heavy on in the middle, and then on the outside of it, we make it way less so. Anyone got any opinions on it? Gameplay-wise. Like, do you like this sort of domain expansion feel with the smoke? In MHA, both user and opponent were affected by the smoke unless you want to go another route. Yeah, either way, they're both going to be affected by the smoke. So like this whole, like if I keep it like this, where it's basically open in the center, I would make them kind of both invisible. Or give them both like sort of blindness, a darkness effect. It's not going to be just the user to go invisible or whatever. Can I use lingering effects for that heavy smoke effect? Maybe apply slowness for the FOV change. What do you mean by the lingering effects? Make it so anyone can't see unless you're like a block away from it or have a quirk that allows you to. The darkness effect could be nice. Because like I could just do this and give them the darkness effect. In fact, let me launch up that other repo real quick and show you the darkness effect that I have, because it's kind of cool actually. New window. Zoop. Like lingering. Oh yeah, choose particles are cool. What do you mean by that? Choose particles are cool. This particles coming out of the ground would be a neat detail. Oh, the lingering potion bottle particles? Say IDE error. Hold on, I'm launching my other Minecraft instance real quick to show you the darkness effect that I made. This is very satisfying though. I cannot see. I still don't understand why they all do that. I don't know, whatever. Okay. Let me create a new world real quick. Maybe put purple campfire smoke on the ground to obscure any drops and such. I don't know how that works midair though, combined with flight or big jump. I mean, but here's the thing though, it might not even be needed. Hold on. Effect give dev fear infinite. Nope. Okay. So here's a custom effect that I coded for a different mod. So you can, not only can you see it's very shaky, I was pretty proud of that, but it's also like a custom fog. So you can't see things directly in front of you until you're like right up there. So I could do something like this that's purple for the fog, and then all of the visuals are primarily just for people on the outside looking in. I mean, I guess that could be a thing. If you change it to be purple, it would be... Well, yeah, I would make this, yeah, colorable. I don't know if I can make it colorable. I guess I could try. Look at that. Look at that camera shake. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm scared. So then we're thinking a combination of this with the smoke particles of this. Not the biggest fan of nausea as an effect. Well, it wouldn't. This is a fear thing that I made. Like you're afraid, and so you're moving around, giving you motion sickness. So we're thinking maybe something like this, and then that custom fog effect, right? And then I wouldn't worry then about the fog on the ground here. Like I would leave this open, maybe like you were saying, maybe put some campfire smoke or something on the bottom. Okay, so let's try to, I guess let's try to code in that custom fog shader. That's going to be annoying. Because I did the other one in 1.20. Let's see how easy it is to convert 1.20 to 1.21. Boop. Fog effect, I think, makes it more accurate to how smoke works. And that's true. Domain expansion, holy smokes. Added a fill dome feature. Is not a full ability yet. Have you tried checking the fog expulsion in multiplayer yet? What do you mean by that? You mean lag-wise? Is it gonna lag? Am I gonna do custom blocks for the smoke or just fill in new ones? I haven't decided. But it's built, the way that it's built is I can add in custom blocks for it. Because you just literally type in the block ID. So I can put in anything here. So if I just wanted some colored blocks, I could just make a custom color and put them in. If someone wanted to make their own version of the block, they could do that. I guess one interesting thing too, because I know everyone always cares about like customization, like I want to make it my color, which I personally don't see the appeal of. But anyway, but I could make a block that is assigned to a player's color. Like if the player has some universal color, maybe make a block that it just renders that color all the time. Lag / does it sync up or is it randomized on both clients? I'm going to be honest. I have no idea what it's actually going to do. Because they're block displays, I think they are not client-side. Everything, I don't know. It's done on the server right now because they're block displays. I do know the lag might be an issue if you use a lot of block displays, but you can get around that by changing the size of them. So a little earlier, I took a screenshot here. So this is me spamming the block displays. So there's more than the block displays you see here. The entity count doesn't show up on this version of the F3 menu for some reason. But you can see if you spam it a lot and get a lot of block displays, I'm at 1 FPS. This is the server tick over on this side. So you can see it is not happy. So if you use a lot of them, it's bad. But in that one that I used, that example, just throwing it together, that was 250 cubes. And it wasn't too bad. I mean, again, I haven't tested it in multiplayer though, so. Like every player spawns in with an innate color that some quirks change to. Yeah, or like a gene that you can customize to change your color. But yeah, I'll try to do, if I can do a block that when placed by a person has a different texture, like has the texture of whatever color that they have, then I would do that. Otherwise, I mean, I'll have to come up with something else. We'll see. What was I doing, guys? I forgot. Oh, adding in the custom shader fog. Would you make the particles toggleable in settings? What particles? The block display particles? I don't think I can do that. Maybe I can. I don't know. UV maps? Yeah, not UV maps. I think it's like an alpha channel. I think. Someone from the Alien Evo team, I think, explained it a little bit. But basically, you have a gray texture for everything. Like, you just texture everything gray. And then when it comes to actually rendering it, I think you just overlay a color on top. And that's how you do it. Something like that. I don't know. I'd have to talk to someone who actually knows. What was I? Oh yeah, fog. You keep distracting me. Let's see. I'm just looking in the code for the fog. It's just applying your shading on top of the flat color. Yeah, pretty much. But then you make everything the same flat color so that that shading applies to everything. Or applies to only specific parts. Where is my... Where did I put the code for the fog? Is it in render? Nope. Lux. There are two people with a smokescreen quirk, and one of them has smoke immunity upgrade. Are they immune to the other person's smoke? To be honest, now I'm not even sure there is going to be a smoke immunity upgrade. Maybe there will be, but I feel like it kind of didn't make sense. Because just randomly gaining the ability to see through the smoke, I feel like is not something that would happen. I could be wrong, though. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to make them see the thing, though. Where is this stupid shader? Oh, wait, maybe it's not even a file. Maybe it's just in the render. Is that where I put it? Smoke immunity would do something for external materials, like a mask. Yeah, it would make more sense if it was actually a mask or something that they had to get. What was I going to say regarding resources for learning the front end of stuff? Oh, so, I mean, just look on YouTube, like block benching tutorials. I mean, it's really not too bad. I even did a stream about it. Not to say that it's the best thing, but I did a stream. Let's see if I can find it. What stream was it? It was my Blockbench coding stream. This one here. Learning Blockbench to make some custom armor. during that, I had someone who actually knows what they're doing. He showed up and just gave me the basics of Blockbench stuff, like controls, or some of the basics of controls and things. So there's some useful stuff there. But really, I haven't searched out too many resources on how to model things. I just honestly, I'm just guessing. So that's probably not the best thing. But I would just start on YouTube, try to find some Blockbench tutorials and things. I think you can get used to it, like seeing in the dark. But seeing in the dark is different. Like, it's just your eyes, your pupils dilate more. Oh yeah, I guess Block 5K knows Blockbench, so if he's got some ideas of things to look at. Chains, totem, new shield, portal ring, shield dome, zombie event, screen. Is it just in the client event handler? Is that seriously where I put it? Oh my gosh, it is. That's literally it. It's not even its own file. It's just in weird. Okay. Let's do new Java class. We're gonna do custom fog, smoke fog. For now, we're just gonna do a smoke fog, and it's just gonna be at event bus subscriber, Control Shift F, event bus subscriber. We need to do this. Dist equals client. Mod ID equals your hero academia dot mod ID dist dot client only. Value equals that. Could be a situation like Bakugo, where a normal person isn't resistant to explosions, but because he has the explosion quirk, he's naturally resistant to explosions. So, I mean, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we do. We haven't technically started it yet. All right, so in the So in 1.21, I was able to do this by subscribing to the on compute fog color and on render fog public static void on compute fog color viewport event dot compute. Come on, be there. Yes. All right, so that is how you get the color. And then to actually render the fog shape, we have to do another subscribe event. Public static void on render fog. And this is a viewport event dot render fog. And for whatever reason, it must not have been working. I did put in priority equals event priority dot highest. I don't remember why. I think it was just not showing up. I think I got to do it for this one too. Boop, 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 boop. And again, the user smoke screen was not able to see through his own smoke. See, that's the same thing. The only reason Deku was able to succeed in the smoke was because he had danger sense. That was like helping him predict. He couldn't physically see through it. It was helping him predict, though, where his enemies were. Which is why I'm hesitant to make it, you know, just a little bit. So the way that I rendered the fog before was I checked for a potion effect if they had a potion effect. And if they did, sorry, if they did have the effect, then we just give them, just render it. So just like how darkness works. So we're gonna do blinded and smoke blind. So we're gonna make an effect called smoke blind. You think the user shouldn't be able to see through it so that it's a double-edged, just as in canon. I'm kind of leaning towards that, but maybe like you guys were saying before, the adding in equipment that they can put on to see through the fog. Do 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 do. All right, so then for the on-render fog, we grab a mob effect instance of smoke blind effect equals get active, and I call this fear effect, but we're gonna go get active smoke blind effect. Would the smoke be combustible? No. If smoke blind effect is null, then we just return. And then we do the range equals, and if it's the same as the other one, it was just 4 minus, and then the amplifier of the effect. So the higher level the effect is, the more smoke blind they get. And then the distance that they can kind of see, essentially. Math.max 3.0 f and the base range. So that's if in case this is just too small, basically. Event.set near plane distance 0.25 f. Then event.set far plane distance, the far distance, how far they can see. Event.set fog. Okay, we don't have fog shape. I knew it was too good to be true. Do we have fog shape? Fog shape. Oh no, we don't. This is unfortunate. Deku was able to maneuver through the smoke even after danger sense was stolen, but that was probably just him using his other sense. Well, but not as much. Like, I think he was just kind of blindly shooting. Did we ever see him go through the smoke? I don't think we did. Like, he would probably, if he did, I don't think he was like actively using it like he was before. Because he was using it to blind Shigaraki and then hit him from a completely different angle. But I don't think he was doing any of those combos after, spoiler alert, after Danger Sense was taken. Block 5k, that's not why. Or that doesn't apply in this situation, because he literally had the quirk taken. He didn't have it anymore. It was different from One for All itself. Okay, so we're kind of screwed here because fog shape was how I defined the shape of the fog, which maybe we don't need that. Oh, they have fog data. Yeah, I feel like he was like just blindly throwing out his black whips and then just hoping he got them. Get fog data returns a fog data. We're just going to assume that this works. Or we're going to hope that we don't need the fog shape. Event.set canceled. Okay, we can't cancel that anymore. Yeah, correct. It would only matter to the stored power would only matter if the one for all quirk itself got stolen. Which it didn't get stolen. It just got taken away. All right, so then for this guy on compute fog color, I'm just gonna copy and paste this from the previous one. This is get active smoke blind, smoke blind effect. Make sure it exists. Get the amplifier for the intensity, and this is the color. And so to get the gray, we did red, green, blue. But for purple, I think we just do red and blue, right? Like we literally set the green to 0. Because this one got darker as the intensity grew, but I don't think we need to do that. Float blue. I wonder how do I get purple? Purple in float RGB. Let's see, what color purple do we want to use? How would quirks like New Order would work? I don't know. I'm not going to think about it now. I think dark violet is good. 148.0211. Right. I think these are out of 1, though. I don't think we even need to check this. I don't remember. This dot red. Let's see. Where is red even used? Literally don't have anything. All right. See you later, Block 5K. Thanks for stopping in. All right, so I have no idea what this is for colors. I know that this was gray, but we want it to be blue. I mean, purple. And I'm pretty sure it's not just RGB. Because if it was RGB, it would be like this. Convert RGB to float 1.0 value. Divide each RGB component by 255. Okay, so 138 divided by 255. And actually, let's just do... Now we'll have to do it like this. 0.54. 541. 43. 0.1686. 686 F. And here I thought there was going to be no green. Purple is 226. Not 67. 0.8862. All right, no idea if this is purple. And this is unhappy because we don't have the custom effect. So let's go ahead and make it. We'll need to make a new ability. Java class, mod effects. Not Java class. No, we need to put it in a folder, silly. New package called effects. And then inside of that, we do new Java class, mod effects. And this is where we're going to register everything. And we're going to have to look at the Neoforge 1.21.11 effects. There we go, the documentation. Ew, why is it in white? Light mode, no. Refresh, thank you. Just had to complain about it. So we have to create the effect like this and then register it like this. The mob effect class also provides default functionality for adding attribute modifiers. Yeah, we know that. We know that, we know that. Just confusing me. But we'll get it through. I think for Neoforge, it's a little different. Rendering things. Here's a block. Deferred block, deferred register. I think we just need to do this. A deferred register for mod effects. I don't know why it's trying to confuse me. Mob effect. Mob effect. You are here academia.mod ID. And this is called mod effects. It's the deferred register. And then, is it true that Mojang is deobfuscating the code for future versions? That was allegedly true. I haven't confirmed it myself. Let me look. Neoforge hasn't updated it yet, but yeah, I mean Neoforge said that it's supposed to be deobfuscated for 26.1 and up. Yeah, I also haven't heard much, but I can see is Minecraft deobfuscated now. Google says that it is. Oh, wait, we can go to the Minecraft post. Official Mojang announcements. Removing obfuscation. So they posted about it here, so it's got to be real. I'm sure it's already done. It just doesn't matter to me because I'm not doing that version, so I just have the Neoforge. The Neoforge namings, mappings. Yeah, they're not gonna do that. They're not doing that. Don't get your hopes up. I mean, what would happen though is the namings for previous ones will get better, is my guess. So they'll use the deobfuscated version and then kind of just apply that to the past versions to help better name and keep everything going. But I don't I honestly don't know who is going to go and do that or why. Deferred holder. The devs who are clowned on for not working and don't want to work. Right. They're probably not going to, but... All right, back to this. Let's see. Modifx. So let's make a new Java class. Smoke blind effect. This extends mob effect. Oop. We want category and int color. Yeah. Honestly, I don't care what color it is because it's never going to be shown. At override implement methods. Should apply effect tick. No, we want regular apply effect tick. You return this whether or not it needs to tick. So we'll just say false because it, or no, it needs to tick, I think. But we don't need it to. Honestly, we don't need it to do any of this because it's literally just checking to see if they have the effect. Is what gives the blindness, so I think we're good. So now we'll do a public static final deferred item. No, deferred. Like all registry objects, mob effects must be registered like so. Mob effects.register here. Holder, my mob effect equals mob effects dot register. Can we just do this? Copy. The fact that it's a holder is, I don't really use those. Whoa, chill. This is going to be smoke blind effect. Import holder equals mod effects dot register smoke blind equals new smoke blind effect. Literally nothing here. Attributes, import class, resource location. Oh my gosh, I've been looking in the wrong version. 1.21.11. Did they even update it? They did. Boop, copy. I copied and pasted the wrong thing. My mob, smoke underscore blind. Holder, mob effect. This is going to be mod effects.register, smoke blind, new smoke, oh my gosh, I can't spell, smoke blind effect. We put in the values, which is just what? The color? The color. What is the color? Category. Mob effect category dot harmful. Color 0x Literally don't care. Add attribute modifiers. Not today. We're not doing any of that. And then, is that all we have to do? Or do I have to do a register? I don't remember. Let's see. Oh, I just do these in static declarations. Because I don't think I need to... Oh, I do ability register dot abilities dot register to the mod bus. So I need to do that with modifx. I need to do modifx dot register. Probably in the same place. So like here. Yep. Mod effects dot modifx dot register mod event bus. There we go. Smoke blind should now be in the game. And it should make us blind. Sorry, Starfury. I read your message a while ago, but I just didn't read it out. Hello? Did I spell it wrong? Mod effects dot smoke blind. Dot get? No. Smoke blind. I guess that changed. You're trying to add an animated texture to a render layer. It in Palladium? Is that what you're trying to do? Or just in regular Java modding? Yes, in Palladium. Palladium. I mean, I can show you how I did mine in a second here. First, we have to see if this smoke blind effect give dev YHA smoke blind. Everyone place your bets. If I had mods, I'd just say start a poll. I mean, a gambling thing. Will this make me blind? Whoa. Wait, it worked. Kind of. You can still see the sky. Does that mean I can see things above me? I think the problem of this is because of the dome thing. So yeah, we do this and then this. I don't know if I like that, actually. I think there's got to be more smoke on the ground to make it look better, right? Because I feel like the smoke is better. Also, I can see the sky. Interesting. All right, let me show you that, I guess how I did my thing. Did I just open up the same? Oh, there it is. Why did it open all the way up here in this corner? Look at how tiny it is. Wait, I can't even put it on this screen. Weird. Okay. Textures, alpha mask. That's not what you want. Models. It's not even here. Hold on, it's in VS Code. Open recent My Hero Academia. All right. So are you paying attention, Star Fury? I'm only going to go over this once. I'm waiting for your response. Do. Squid Games has got me tweaking. Star Fury, are you here? Oh no, what if they got an ad? Okay, there you go. So, I'll show you how I did the power stock. Because I'm assuming, is the power stock for Deku's charge up, like full calling, is that kind of the similar thing you're trying to do? Where it's just an animated texture over the model? Or a texture that looks animated over the model? Okay. So let's see. In the actual power file, we have the render layer for full calling. It's literally just a render layer. The render layer is assigned to this power stock FC. If I go over into my assets, into the render layers section, so inside of assets, your mod ID, Palladium, render layers, you have that same thing. So power stock FC right here. Inside of here is very simple. I set the type to a glowing skin overlay, or a skin overlay rather, because it's going right on the player's model. I set the render type to glow, so it glows a little bit. And then I'm setting the texture equal to, sorry, sounds like there's something in my headphones, to the power stock dynamic texture. And so that's this hashtag here means that it's a dynamic texture. And so a dynamic texture is a texture that the actual thing itself changes. Okay, it's kind of animated. So if we look over here inside of assets, mod ID, Palladium, dynamic textures, we have the power stock FC underscore dynamic texture. In here, you define the base texture, and this is going to be basically the end texture. So in the case of full cowling here, this is like the player's skin model of the entire charged up full cowling. I'll see if I can see it. It's a model. Nope. Renderlet. Nope. Alpha mask, power stock, full cowling. Hold on, I'll find where it is. Oh, textures, models, here we go. It's like it's just a skin file, but it's just a final skin file. So then, I'll go back to it. So then you're defining a transformer, and the transformer is how you're going to modify this base texture. And in this case, the transformer that we're going to be applying is an alpha mask. And an alpha mask is just a way to say which part of the texture is going to be visible. So the mask itself is just the path to the specific mask. And to me, I have it set in the textures, alpha mask, power stock, full cowling, and inside of this, I have power stock underscore FC, a variable, hashtag percentage.png. This variable here is defined down in this variable section. So percentage is going to get replaced in this string here. It's going to get replaced with whatever this value is. In this case, I define the value to be an objective score, which is a scoreboard. And this is the name of the scoreboard, and this is how high the scoreboard can go. So when it's looking for how to transform the base texture, it's basically grabbing it's checking the scoreboard of PowerSock FC animation. It's grabbing its value and it's sticking it into the file path here. And then inside of this folder, you can see I have all of these PNG files corresponding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 40, because that's how far the scoreboard can go. And each one is just a single black pixel, or it's just the black pixels of where the animation is supposed to be at this point in time. So if I look at the third, which is like the fourth frame of the animation, only this much of the texture is showing. So you just do black because you're doing an alpha mask, and the alpha mask just says whatever is highlighted essentially through here, you're just going to show. So it's only going to show this part of the final full cowling animation. By the time we get to 27, we're showing this much. By the time we get to final 40, we're showing the entire texture here, which you can see is the exact same thing as the, I gotta scroll down. Where's it at? Model. I always lose these things. LMNOP. Where is it at? Power stock. That's icons. There it is. Boop. So it's the same as this. So that's how it's working in the background. It's just a dynamic texture that's pointing to one of these, like 40, it's 41 in total, 41 different frames, essentially. And then actually animating it is you're just changing the scoreboard value with an ability. Hopefully that helps. Close that. I don't need it. So I kind of forgot what I was doing. Yep, go ahead and just like rewind the video if you need help, but it's pretty much what it is. I don't know how much I like this smoke blind effect, gonna be honest. Gonna be honest. Uh-oh, it's gotten to the point of the stream where I just start doing parkour with blocks for some reason. I guess what I can do is, I'm not 100% convinced that I like this. I'll do some tweaking, but what I do need to do is set up a way to automatically apply this effect whenever we use an ability. And I think the way to do that is an ability that I actually just thought of today. We can think of it as like this, as an example. So basically it's going to be a potion effect ability, a ranged potion effect ability. So the idea is when the player pushes a key, it summons an entity, which we'll use as an armor stand for now. It doesn't have to be a real armor stand. It could be an armor stand, but then this entity, every so many ticks, we'll say like every 20 ticks or every tick, it scans in a radius away. So we can say it scans in the exact same radius that the smoke ability is. And just every single entity in there, it's going to give the smoke blind effect. Every single one. What this allows us to do is then apply to a bunch of different abilities where, say, you had a ranged, like, bomb ability. So you threw a bomb. It was a slowness one. When it lands, we can then summon this thing and then tell it through the power file what ability or what potion effects it's going to have. And so then we just have a static little guy, or a static way of applying potion effects to an area. I think what we can also do is tie particle effects to its area as well. So I know some of you said maybe put particles on the ground of the smoke effect here to kind of obscure things. So we can do that with this guy. So yeah, let's do that. We need to register an entity, but first let me save this. Added a smoke blind effect for the new that provides a darkness like to the player. We can also make the smoke blind thing affect entities too, to make them so they can't see. But we'll give that, oh wait. All right, so we need to create a new entity in Java, or in 1.21. So right click, new package, we'll call this entities. And I'm gonna have to open up new window. I'm gonna have to open up this one to see how I register entities. We need a new Java class, mod entities. And entities are weird in 1.21. They switched, because so now it's like entity types, which is a little confusing. But we're gonna do a deferred register dot entities. Is that how I did it for here? No, I created it. Weird. I don't know why I don't do that. Oh well. Entity types. For reference, or for just explaining, what I'm using is my previous. I have a different 1.21.11 mod where I added in a custom entity, so I'm just using that. Deferred register dot create entities, and then your hero academia dot mod ID. Then the entities are kind of weird. Not gonna lie. You do a lot of information. Entity type dot, no, not dot. And then we gotta put in our custom entity. It works. I'm glad it does. What were you trying to animate anyway? Was it something unique? Inside of this ability to our entity type, we need to put in our new entity, which let's just have it extend. Let's just have it extend the armor stand, because we don't need it to be like fully custom. What is this entity going to be called? Trying to make an animation of black corruption spread across the player's arm. Oh, that's pretty cool. And it sounds unique. Let's do potion effect generator entity. Extends armor stand. Why is it extending an armor stand, you may ask? Well, I want people to be able to maybe destroy it. And if they destroy it, then if they destroy it, then we let them, like for example, if someone put a if someone summoned a bunch of like poisonous gas, we'll say, Bakugo with his explosion quirk, I feel like should be able to blow that gas away. And if we use the potion generator as like an armor stand, then we can just hit it, you know? Although we probably shouldn't use armor stand. We should use something else. No, we'll use an armor stand because it has a looking. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just guessing here. All right, knew that. So this is going to be a potion effect generator entity. Import entity type, import supplier. I think that. And then we need to do, wouldn't that make it so you can only blow it away in the middle? Then it removes the entire smoke area. Yeah, it would, but it's not, I'm gonna have it not work for everything. I don't know, man. So that's the thing. I initially wanted to have particles that you could blow away or get rid of. The problem is doing localized particle simulations like that is really confusing and it's a little more intense. So I guess what we could do, I wasn't necessarily thinking like with smoke screen that this one would be affected by the explosion quirk. But I don't know. Worst thing is that we just summon multiple armor stands like in a plus sign around the thing. So like if this is top down view of the area, instead of having just one armor stand here, we summon one like or summon them in a pattern like this or like this. But summon multiple, and then the idea being each one of these has its own circle of influence, which would have to be like just barely like concentric with this. And even then you'd get overlapping unless like you perfectly got the radius to be like this, which I don't think you can do because of just how Minecraft works, like with radiuses. Like it would be impossible to do this, but if I was doing this, then you could say, okay, I blew up this one and then maybe this one. So now this little bubble of the smoke cloud doesn't apply stuff. But yeah, the problem is there's lots of overlap. The second you start doing this too, these will start going beyond the smoke. Unless you like perfectly position it. But I don't know if there is a way to perfectly position it so that they're not all like bunched up, you know? I don't know. We'll attempt it. We're doing the armor stand for now. We're gonna see what happens. Potion generator. We're just doing that. Equals entity types dot register entity type. Nope, dot register. And inside of the register is where we have to put all of the properties of the entity, including its name. The name is going to be potion generator. We need to do a supplier of entity type dot builder dot of, and we're going to do potion effect generator entity dot or colon new, and the mob category of miscellaneous. Why are you mad? Why are you upset? I'm not. Sorry, guys. My Hamilton just snuck out there. Dot build resource source key dot create registries dot entity type identifier dot from namespace and path your hero academia dot mod id potion generator. Don't ask me why we need to define it twice when it's defined here and this is here. I don't know. But we can do stuff like make it immune to, and then define all the things it's immune to. So blocks dot powder snow, blocks dot wither rose, blocks dot sweet berry bush, blocks dot cactus. We can do dot no save, which is probably actually what we want to do. I'm thinking. Although, do we want to have it? Yeah, I don't think we want to have it saved because it could get messed up. Because the clouds, I don't think get saved, or do they? I don't know. Then we need the dot client tracking range. We'll keep this 16. Update interval 3 ticks. We can make it a little smaller. And then public static void register I event bus mod event bus entity types dot register mod event bus. Actually, we're not going to do this. We're just going to do it the same way I've been doing it, which is directly inside of the main class. We come here just like this and do mod entities dot entity types dot register mod event bus. All right. So that should be the potion generator thing made. Now we need to give it a tick. Is effective AI tick head. We just want the tick method. Base tick? I don't think that's what I think I just want tick, which I think is an entity thing. Entity thing, entity thing. Why is there so many? Control F, tick. Oh. Getting a stream error. Uh-oh, we're dropping frames. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Current keyframes are not being sent. I hate to tell you, buddy, but I am using only 2 keyframes per second. Anyway, Control F. Tick. I don't want to use that one. Base tick, tick death, tick effects, tick, get tick, tick written. There it is. Super dot tick. Do we care? Sure. Whatever. Basically in here, we're just going to scan in a radius. Scan in a radius around the thing. And if a player is inside the radius, then L for them. Now, wait, is the stream quality really bad? Or as bad as it says it is? Hold on. No way I got an ad on... Wait, why did I type in... I typed in YouTube and it went to YouTube TV. Are you kidding me? Hello? Oh no, I searched YouTube videos and now all I want to do is watch videos. No, resist the urge. My desktop audio is muted, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Huh. Whoa, why is this so bad quality? Wait, is this what it actually looks like? Oh, auto. Wait, this isn't good. Oh, wait, is it good? Now I can't tell. I can't tell. Hold on. Open Minecraft. Look on a different screen. Oh, no, that's better. Okay, that's fine. It's trying to gaslight me, and this thing is not working. And I'll be honest, it was working. Like, the gaslighting is working. Oh, now the error message goes away. Right, okay. Whatever, man, whatever. Yeah, so we're going to do a tick. We're going to see if the radius, or if they're in the radius. One thing I do want to check, does the @r command in Minecraft do a circle radius or a box radius? Because if it does a circle radius... Oh, no, it doesn't. It is a circle. Okay. So how do I get the circle? How do I check in a radius around an entity in Java, Minecraft? Java 1.21.11. Execute. Programmatically. It's trying to show me how to use the @r command. This method finds entities within a bounding box cube around the target entity. This is highly efficient because it leverages Minecraft's built-in spatial positioning. I want to do a circle. I don't want to do a square. Basically, I'm trying to Google here. Dive deeper into AI mode. No, I said circle. Sphere versus cube. Do not run these checks in the tick method every single tick for every entity, or it will cause significant lag. So it does a get entities by class inside of a search box, an AABB box, like here. But we don't want a box. We want a circle, a sphere. Can I just search for sphere? There's no sphere in Minecraft. But there is a box. AABB. Oh, I want to do it in a circle, though. Because pretty much it's saying we can do this dot get level dot get entities. So there it passes in an AABB area. This one, wait, yeah, this one does an AABB. This one does a AABB. I don't want to do this though because our thing's a circle, a sphere. So if we do a square, is an AABB box a sphere? I think that's a pretty dumb question. It's not a sphere. Okay. A sphere is perfectly round, three-dimensional geometric shape. Bro, I know, but how do I get... Because you can do, in Minecraft, you can do slash, like, give at R. This does a radius. At R of, like, distance equals... see you later, Rotel. Thanks for stopping in. But like this does a radius of everything within 5 blocks in a circle. But why can't I do that? Everyone always use AABB boxes. ChatGPT. New chat. In Minecraft Neoforge modding 1.21.11, I am trying to check for entities in a circle around another entity, but only know how to do AABB. Circle, circle, circle. Super common hurdle. The idea, use an AAB to grab nearby candidates, then filter them. Oh my gosh, why didn't I think of that? Because it's dumb. We need to get a unique value for this guy, for radius. And I think we do that using... I've done it before. Close this mod. We don't need it. This mod. If I go into my actual entity data accessor. So we got to do private static final entity data assessor. And this is going to be a float. And data underscore radius. Num bounces. Wait, do we need this? Item stack. Do I need an entity data accessor for the radius, or can I just store it normally? I don't think I need this, actually. Private static, or no, private int float radius. Then we have a public void set radius like this, and we do this dot radius equals radius, because I yeah, and then we say this dot radius equals, let's do a default of 5. Synced data. I don't think we need sync data. I'm trying to, because there's 2 types of data. There's just this regular data, but then there's data accessors for entities. Pretty sure the data accessors are just for, like visual data that needs to get saved between clients. But I think the radius doesn't matter because it's on the server, so it should be fine. Then we check if this dot age, nope, dot tick count mod, we'll do 10. Every 10 seconds we check. Equals 0. And we'll put this in these because I don't trust it. So we need to do like they said. We need to grab a bounding box with the radius. AABB box equals entity, or this dot get bounding box dot inflate this dot radius. And then we grab all of the entity nearby equals level dot, yes, this dot level dot get entities entity box. Now we do have to be careful of this, I think, this box, because entity could be anything. And we're surrounded in entities. So let's try to grab living entities, because otherwise the block displays are going to get returned. Can I do get living? Oh no, I can't. Because this might cause lag, gonna be honest. And we can filter them though. List entity in circle equals the nearby ones dot stream, which just gets all of them. And then we do a dot filter. E is the entity. E dot distance to square root of this is less than or equal to radius times radius. And then dot to list. Now, can I add in a dot filter dot filter? Is it better to do two filters, or is it better E instance of living entity? I feel like it's probably better to do this and then just stick an and. So we check if it's a living entity, and it's that. So that will skip all of the block displays, I'm thinking. Okay. So now we have a list of all the entities that are in the thing. So let's just do for each entity, we can confirm that they're living entities. Living entity E in circle. Can I do that? Or is it going to be mad because living entity is not? Okay, fine. We can just assume that they're all living. So we're going to do e.add e.effects dot apply. Oh my gosh. Dot. Okay, fine. Living entity E equals, no, living entity equals living entity E. We can do this safely because we filtered them out. So now can I do living entity dot effects? There we go. Dot add effect. Dot add effect. We'll do new mob effect instance, then mod effects dot smoke blind. Duration we equal to, we gotta match it to the duration of the tick thing. So 10 ticks. All right, let's see if that works. To test it, we'll just summon the entity, see what it looks like. And then we will see if we get the potion effects. The idea behind this is we're going to make it configurable with an ability. So the ability will let you summon the armor stand and then it will give you a list of... How is it still locked? It's not running. Oh my gosh, it is running. But yeah, it'll give a radius of effect. Oh. Do. Right. So to test this, we do /summon YHA potion generator. Unable to summon entity. How about add a position? Unable to summon. Cool. I think it's because we have to do .can spawn. There was something that we had to do. Yeah, .no summon. No, but we can summon. It should be .no summon. But we want to summon it for a test. What was the error? Unable to summon entity, cannot invoke attribute supplier.get because this .supplier is null. Yes. We have to go to the entity and do an override for the attribute. What is it? Oh my gosh, chill. There's a function that you have to do for some reason. Let me find the name of it. Just stuck it in the bottom of this, I think. Get clear ratio, update chunk ticket, remove, drop as item, on-hit entity, interact, blah, 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 blah. Wait, what? Where's it at? Control F, attribute. Do I define it here? Wait, what? Exception. Cannot invoke. I am still streaming Bruce Wayne. Hello. Because this .supplier is null. Is it because I do .get here? I'm confused. Mod entities. Oh, I don't actually use this. What is the problem? Cannot invoke this attribute supplier.get value. Is there like an attribute thing? Because we don't care about the attributes unless I have to. Override implement, control F for attribute. Get attribute? This is the one I was complaining about. Let's see if that's... I don't know. The single player. Question, would you guys enjoy watching me do something that's not coding? Not saying today, but just other days. Playing a game, perhaps. Unable to summon entity. I hate this. Apparently, it doesn't like this. Oh no, that's just the constructor. Get value. attribute.getValue. What if I just did that? Ooh, it gets mad. It says, I hate you, I hate you. What are the other constructors? Public, float. No. What is wrong with me? If I right click, find usages, refactor. Because I've been playing a lot of modded Minecraft recently. That'd be kind of fun to have. To just chat with people while I play, you know? Oh, yeah. I didn't realize that's what you were asking. I was not paying attention. Generate. That's what I'm looking for. Constructor. For some reason, this is mad. So we're just going to copy this. Google it. You've been playing so many modded Minecraft servers later, but don't think you've touched vanilla in over a year. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I create attribute supplier. Okay, living entities need an attribute supplier. Public static attribute supplier dot builder create attributes return mob dot, but it's not a living thing. Create mob attributes dot add attributes dot max health. We'll do 10.0 dot add attributes dot movement speed 0 dot add attributes dot attack damage 0. I think I have to do this because I registered an armor stand and armor stand is alive. I do believe. Scribe event. Oh, woo, chill. Then register attributes in your mod event bus. Control Shift F on attribute entity attribute creation event. Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to register? On server starting, register commands. At subscribe event. Public static void on attribute create entity attribute creation event dot put mod entities dot potion generator dot get potion effect generator dot create attributes and dot build. Is that all I needed? Is that all? Let's see. The stand is a lie. I don't understand why it needs help. Well, I know it needs help, but I don't know why it needs attack damage. Unless this random post is lying to me, and I don't actually need it, and I just needed to register like nothing for these attributes, but slash summon YHA generator. And that's how you corrupt your world. What? What? Cannot. Oh, it doesn't have a render. Oh. It's so dumb that Neoforge doesn't tell you that you need a renderer for entities. Can I at override should render is false? Should render. Literally never. False. Boom. Leave me alone. I don't want to have to create a render for an empty armor stand. And if it makes me do that, I'm going to lose my mind. Don't do it. Don't do it. Wait, is Palladium phoning home? It is. Oh my gosh. Wait, it didn't crash. Wait, but is the entity here? Oops. Slash kill at E type equals YHA potion generator. Oop. Please don't crash. Summon YH. Ugh. I despise you. Did it still crash because it doesn't have? Cannot invent. Entity renderer is null. Oh no. Oh no. Bro, I hate entities so much. It's literally, entities are the one thing that I just despise. Client, new, package. Do we call it renderers or entity? Renderers. Right click, new, package, entity. New, Java class. Potion generator, entity renderer. Extends armor stand renderer. Check it out. Create constructor. Then we just have to, we don't need a texture location. We're literally using the previous one. Is this enough? We need to register the renderer too. Also probably get rid of this, because that didn't do anything. Where is the White Hero Academia? At subscribe event public static void register renderers entity renderer event dot register renderers event. Okay. Event dot register entity renderer. Oop. Mod entities dot potion generator dot get, then the renderer, which is in where? Potion effect entity renderer colon new. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna crash out. Like all this just to get a armor stand to appear. You know, that's enough to make any grown man cry. Silly Neoforge. Silly Forge. Actually, it's a Forge problem too. The fact that it's not loading is concerning. This is really concerning. Why isn't it loading? Can't keep up. Running 32 seconds behind? Bro, the armor stand isn't even here. What was the point? Slash summon. Please show up. I don't want to be here. Oh my gosh, it's working. It's also giving me a seizure. Stop. I apologize. I didn't put in an epilepsy warning. Did not expect it to do that. Especially since it sets it for 10 seconds and it reapplies it every 10 seconds. So, you know, not really sure why it's doing that, but let's just do 1 second to blindness. Put it in debug mode because I'm tweaking out. But yeah, I think I want to do like game, because I've been doing a lot of game playing, and honestly, it's a little too much game playing, you know? So, but if I stream it, it's not as bad. I'll probably stream it on Twitch though, because I don't want to put the streams on this channel. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Summon the potion generator. Now, if I get within, what did I set the radius to? This dot radius defaults to 5. So if we get within 5 blocks, oh my god, is that 5 blocks? Bro didn't even spawn in the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop, 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 boop. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Oh yeah. Vector. It's not immediate. You have to get, or the application isn't immediate because I'm only checking every half a second because I don't want it to lag. So that's cool. What we can do now is, what can we do? As a test, this is not how the ability is going to work in the end, because I'm going to make this a separate ability that you run. But what we can do is, wait, is it like this? How do I do custom tags? Tag equals. Wait, what? Minecraft armor stand. Oh, wait, position then tag. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Anyway, sorry. So we're going to run this command, YHA summon potion generator at our position. And then the tag is going to be invisible is 1B. Is it curly braces? It is. So that should do a... Yeah, that's an invisible one. Oh my gosh, where is it? Oh no, it's a... I can't even see it. Wait, what? If we can't hit it if it doesn't exist? Oh wait, we are hitting it. Why doesn't it die? Well, it's invincible. Okay, so maybe not do this. Because then it doesn't go away. Anyway, what I was going to do is just shove this command here and just link it up to the BD test power just to show. But probably not a good idea because apparently it's just invincible. Yeah. And the funny thing is there's even an invulnerable thing, you know? Wait, does just summoning it regularly make it... Okay, so I can break it. If it's invisibility potion... Oh my gosh, it doesn't even... That's weird. Whatever, man, whatever. I'm almost over it. Should I stop right now, or do you want to see me make the quick ability for it? I'll let you guys decide. The ability is going to consist of me going into the abilities, going into... we're going to have to just make a new folder here and call it common abilities. And it's going to be a new Java class, and it's going to be potion generator ability. And then I go through this. I add in all of the fields, which are going to be the potion effects. Oh, of course you would. Okay, I'll do that. Let me get a drink of water first. You'll just sit in silence and think of what you made me do. Okay. I'm going to try to go as fast as I can. I set my oven, so I gotta go. I'm going to try to do it before it's done. All right. First things first, we need to extends ability, just like this. Then we need to come down here, we need to hover over, and we need to give all of the methods that it wants. Specifically, it wants the serializer. The serializer has information about all sorts of crazy important things. We're just going to go into here, and we're going to copy and paste all this, because it's easier to just get rid of it, or to copy it than to add it in. So we're going to grab this, grab here, and boom, 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 boom. All right, now we have this. We need to replace all of the instances of this with the actual class name, which we got to do Control F, then do replace, then Control C, and then Control V here, replace all. So now it's all an instance of the potion generator ability. Next, we need to figure out what exactly we want. We want a list of potion effect identifiers. We want a length the potion lasts. We want visible particles, whatever, and eventually a flag for generate particle effect, which we're just gonna have a flag for it to be done. And then we need a radius. Anything else? Maybe a health as well. All right, so let's see. The list of potion effect identifiers Actually, let's do health here. Final int health. Relax. We could make value a. Let's make health a value. So we want it to be able to be configured. Length the potion lasts. That can also be a value. Duration. Visible particles is a Boolean, but radius and radius will do. Radius, health, duration, radius, health, radius, duration, then 2 Booleans, and then the list of particles. So 2 Booleans. Whoa. Put these up here. And get rid of this guy. This is going to be particles. Not particles. Potion effects. Ooh. Potion. I'll just call it effects. Boolean generate particle effect. Actually, we're not going to add that in here because then I would have to put in identifiers for the particle effects. And I don't really want to do that. What is this? Visible particles. Effect visible. All right, now we need to grab the values. So we have a value codec here we can use. Health. Static value, we'll just say 20 health for some reason. This is going to go into health. The next one is duration. So static value of how long the potion itself is going to last. We're going to do 1 second. And yeah, that's value. So this is going to be duration. Radius is similar deal. It's going to be a value. Radius. We'll do the radius of 5 for the default. And then we have the Boolean, which is here. Grab that. This is going to be effect visible. That's true. Nope. Effect visible like that. And then we have the list of identifiers, which is this one right here. The rest of these get deleted. So this is a list of identifiers. Give it the name of effects. And array as list, we just put in the potion effect. This will just say slowness. Oh, we do need an amplifier too. Amplifier because of the dumb potion effects. Duration, public, final value, amplifier. So after this, we'll do amplifier, amplifier, and we have slowness, and then this is going into effects. Now we need to come down to the constructor and make sure the constructor matches, and that's just making sure it has the correct things here. So we need interpolation. This is going to be health. This is going to be duration. This is going to be amplifier. This is going to be radius. Then we have the Boolean effects visible. We're just going to do visible here. And identifier for the effects. Delete literally everything else except the properties. We need the ability properties, conditions, and energy bar usage. Those are for every ability. So now we just do this dot health equals health. This dot duration equals duration. This dot amplifier equals amplifier. This dot radius equals radius. And this dot effects equals effects. And oh, we forgot effects visible. Effects visible. Effects visible. Did I spell this wrong? Effect visible. Okay, sure. Effect visible. All right. Delete all these. That's the constructor done. Now we need to override implement methods. We need the first tick method because we need to spawn it, and then we need the last tick method, which is going to destroy it. Now, what we probably also need is a private, we'll just do tag, compound tag. This is going to store, we're just going to make a random number and assign it as a tag so we know what thing to delete, and hopefully that just works. All right, so the first tick of this guy, we need to get the entity's position. So if entity dot level we'll do is not equal dot is client side. If it's a client side level, we just do that. Otherwise, we get the location of the entity, and we need to spawn a new thing. So potion generator entity potion gen equals a new potion generator entity. We do need to do an entity type, so I think that's just mod entities dot potion generator, and then the level entity dot level. We do have to do dot get here. So this creates a new potion generator, and then we do potion gen dot add tag, and we need to do a string. Let's actually just give it a random UUID. So UUID dot random UUID dot toString. And that's just going to be so we can access it later. We're actually going to store this in a, we're actually just going to store it here, actually. UUID. And so this dot UUID equals a random UUID. And then we add the tag just so that we can track it. Then we do potion gen dot set radius equal to this dot radius. And then, oh, gotta grab it as a value. So we do float radius equals this dot radius dot get as float data context dot for entity. Then we have to do this for health duration amplifier. So health duration amplifier. None of these things we actually applied to the armor stand entity, so we're just gonna ignore it for now. We only have radius, which is not great, actually. Okay, so we need to find the correct... Did I grab it from body data? We need to grab all of the parts from this. Is this where I did the palette identifier? Palette, yeah. Oh, I guess I do it in, yeah, in here. So I do a list of block states, and I do, that's for body part, display, palette blocks. But the palette blocks is resolving the palette, which just goes through for every identifier, built-in registries dot this dot get dot blah blah blah. So we're gonna do this, copy. So basically we need to do for every identifier in this dot effects, and we'll do, This dot effects, I think it's going to be mob effect. Mob effect equals built-in registries dot mob effect dot get, and or else we'll just do mob effects dot we'll just default to slowness, I guess. Dot get, like what? What was the previous thing? Blocks dot air. Mob effect dot slowness. I don't know why it's mad. And if effect is not equal to, oh wait. You know, then we just do palette blocks. Why is this mad all of a sudden? Provided mob effect got holder. Oh, there. We'll do effects to apply. This is mob effect. So then we do effects dot to apply dot add the effect. Worst case scenario, this does slowness 18 times. But if it doesn't, then it does the other stuff. Okay, now we need to do I guess potion gen dot set duration. Potion gen dot set health. That one actually already exists. That's cool. Potion gen dot set amplifier. And then potion gen dot set effects, and then effects to apply. And now we have to implement all these inside of the potion entity. We also have to save it, so private float duration, private int amplifier, and then I really think the data that we needs to be the list, but for now let's just do private a list of mob effects. This dot duration equals 20. This dot amplifier equals 0. This dot effects equals new arrays dot as list. Okay, come on now. And then inside of here we just do this, I think. Mob effects dot slowness dot value. Okay, so that defaults everything. We need setters for everything, which I think if I do right click, generate setter for you guys. Boom, speed running. This needs to be an integer amplifier. We'll fix that in a second. But then down here we do new mob effect duration is going to be this dot duration, this dot amplifier, right? Int duration. Okay. Int duration. Chill. There we go. And duration. All right, so duration, amplifier. Oh, we need to do visible too. Oh my gosh. Private, Boolean, visible. This dot visible equals false. Set visible Boolean visible. This dot visible equals visible. Dang, ay. Okay, so then is it Boolean? That's not visible. Goes amplifier ambient visible. So this ambient I think is just true. And then this dot visible. There we go. For each entity, and then we need to do instead for each effect, mob effect in this dot effects, we apply new mob effect instance on the effect. Oh my gosh. It expects a holder. Can we do dot get holder? We can't. Bro, why does it want a holder? Dang, this is annoying. Can I just do holder here of mob effect? Can I do that? Is it happy now? For holder mob effect. So then this is a list of holders of mob effects. See, this doesn't seem right, you know? It's when I just kind of think. But then we can just do this. Okay, so it applies the duration, amplifier, visibility, and the effects. So let's go back to the ability and try to make it happy. Duration is mad because it's supposed to be an int, as is amplifier. So we can change this to get as int, like that. And those two problems are solved. Now for the effects to apply, this has to be a holder of mob effects instead of the other thing. And the only difference is we, instead of doing dot value, we just don't do anything. That is not true. Built-in registries .mob effect .get ID map holder value or else mob effects .slowness. So why does that work when this? Because this is a holder of mob effect. Mob effects .slowness is a holder. So why are you upset? Required type mob effect. Oh, it's because we're doing this. How do I get the holder, though? Because I thought we were mapping this to a holder. Built-in registries.get ID. If I just do this, get returns an optional. So we can't do, wait, it returns an optional what? Control Y. An optional of a holder reference. So then we have to map the holder to a value, or else we get okay, sure, dot get. But then this is not, oh, wait, I know why. We got to do holder of mob effect. Really? We still need this? Yeah, that's what I thought. Required type holder provided not a holder. But then when we do this, it says required type mob effect. What? Make up your mind, please. Wait, do we need this anymore? Yeah, we still do. Because we have to map this to a holder. Or else... See, this or else doesn't make any sense. Because why is it... Right now, this is a holder of a mob effect, which is exactly what I want. But it's saying... Oh my gosh. But if we do value to get the mob effect, then this is saying require type holder, but we provided that. So can we cast this? Okay, now it's happy, but it's an unchecked cast. If value returns, all right, I'm gonna chat GPT this real quick. I'm trying to get a holder of a mob effect to pass to something. This is what I have. Is it close or not? Let's see what it says, because I'm a little concerned. It says a few problems. Get ID does not return an optional, it returns a mob effect. That is not true. It returns an optional. Holder value goes in the wrong direction. It converts holder mob effect to mob effect, not the other way around. You're trying to cast a mob effect into a holder. So, list holder mob effect. Effects to apply equals this. So then we map holder value. Okay, whatever. We're just copying and pasting this. Does it work? Resource key. Registries. It's not going to be happy about registry. Oh, wait. Resource key? Is it going to be happy? No, I didn't think so. Get holder doesn't... And also, it's the same exact problem. But get holder doesn't even exist, so that's not quite right. .get. Okay, so let's get rid of this. So instead of .get ID, .get holder? No. So we have .get. For ID. This returns an optional reference. So we want to map the... I don't actually know. How do I map an optional reference to a holder? Okay, so we can try .map. We'll do H. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And then we, I guess, try to cast it. Holder mob effect. H. Then dot or else. Mob effect. Dot slowness. Oh my gosh, it's happy. effects to apply. Boom. Not gonna lie, I have zero confidence that this is gonna work. This dot level, no, entity dot level dot add fresh entity potion gen. Oh, but not quite, because we have to do potion gen dot set position equal to entity dot get position. Position and ticks. No. New vec 3. Entity dot get x, entity dot get y, entity dot get z. There. There's no possible way. Last tick. All we're gonna do is attempt to if entity dot level dot is client side, we return, and then we just simply try to remove any entity with the tag of this UUID. Can I just do like, can I do that? Is that even possible? If I do private ocean gen? Because, like, if I just have an instance of it and define it here, you know, then I can just call back to it. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm at my ropes, so we're going to try it. Okay. We're not doing any of this. Gotta speed it up. BD test. So the idea is when we press a key, we need an ability that's not so dang long. Just copy this one. All right, so this is an action. List index we'll do on page 5. YHA. Oh my gosh, I didn't even register it. Ability register. Boop. This is going to be potion generator ability. Potion gen. Oh my gosh, it's mad because there's no serializer. Bro, give me a break. Potion gen. Abilities aren't registered. Potion gen. Potion gen. Ability dot. Oh. What do you mean I need a serializer for it? Like, come on, bro. Oh, wait, we can just do this. We can just do this and leave it empty, I think. Nope, we can't because we need this entire thing. Oh, we need this whole class. I hope you're still here and suffering with me, Star Fury. Unless you're learning something, then I guess that's okay. But if you're not, ooh, I'm gonna get you. Oh. Yes, I am excited for it. I'm going to be doing some review videos on it, I think. Where did it go? I copied it and it disappeared. Copy, a little bit of both. All right, serializer. Serializer just has all of the information about this. Replace all. It's mad, it's mad, it's mad, it's mad. Right, potion generator needs a new static value of, let's just say, 2. What are the fields? Health, duration, amplifier, radius. Health, duration, amplifier, radius. Duration, amplifier, radius. Then it's effective, so true or false, and then the thing. False, then arrays dot as list. Mob effect, not slowness. Dot get. Oh no, because it's a holder, it's gonna be all mad and complaining. This is a holder though. Dot or else. Dot what? Dot get data dot is. Register name. I guess dot get delegate. That's a list of identifiers. Oh, duh. New identifier dot, no, identifier dot literal or dot parse from namespace and path, Minecraft, slowness. Yeah. Looks good to me. 2 related problems. What are those problems? It's the ability register. What? I solved your problems. Now leave me alone. Wait, what does it say the problems are? Potion gen. Potion generator. No, there are literally no problems. It's all perfect. Like, actually no problems, so leave me alone. Push play. Oh. Okay, there was one problem. BD test. So this is going to be potion gen. Potion generator. Radius 5. Honestly, we're not doing anything. We're going to do this. We're going to do VFX and YHA smoke blind. Smoke. Held. Or no. Keybind. Toggle. Hidden bar false. Smoke. All right, let's see if that works. I hope it does. I'm hungry. I'm starving. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but only way to find out is if it loads or not. Oh my gosh, it loaded. All right, so we should have an ability on the next page for smoke. If I press V, it summons him. Flashing. If I turn it off, it should die. Oh my gosh, it does. That's amazing. Why is it flashing though? It's because the duration's too small. The duration defaults to 20. Yeah, the duration's 20. Did I set the duration to something else? Duration 20. Smoke blind is working. Smoke. Come to El Salvador. Come to Cuba. Interesting. I don't have the money to do that. The duration is 20. We're just gonna say 20 because this is supposed to be an int, and so is this. Ooh, amplifier 0. Radius 5. Health 20. Let's take a look at this. No offense, Bruce Wayne, but I don't think going on a trip offered by a stranger on the internet is a good idea. I could be wrong, but it seems a little fishy. Duration, amplifier, ambient, visible. I don't know why this is flashing. Maybe it'll stop now. I'm wrong? Right. I just want this to work, bro. One thing I'm concerned about is that it's not going to work with multiple entities, but... Alright, summon. Close your eyes. It might be flashy. Why is it flashy? Why is it flashing on and off? Why is it flashing? It shouldn't be. Living entity.add effect. This dot... I guess we can see if they don't have the effect. Because that effect doesn't remove it. Because I use set duration and I use set... Oh, I don't use set visible, but... Potion generator ability. Set radius, set duration is duration. Get as int. Oh, because I didn't. That's why. Health, duration, amplifier, and then potion gen dot set visible false. So we can't see it. This should be it. I do have to go through and finish it and do the documentation and do more testing, but yeah, I think it's basically done. I think it's done. All right, here we go. Boom. Okay, I did do set visible. Oh, set visible is true. All right, while it's active, boom. And then, boom. We also get slowness. Did I get myself slowness? Effect, clear, dev, slowness. Target does not have the requested effect. Sorry, I heard some creepy noises. Why do I have slowness forever? Expect clear dev. Why do I have slowness? Hello? Or is it a glitch? Do I not actually have slowness? B. Am I slow? Slash attribute dev walk speed? No. Movement speed modifier value get. Oh, I'm exhausted. Am I exhausted? No. Wait. Get. The attribute speed for entity dev is this. Is that normal? Is there something wrong with me? Kill. Weird. I don't know what that was. Hold on. Boom. It's giving me slowness. Boom. What in the world is happening? Is it because... It's probably because this is doing the or else. Slowness. I don't know why, though. I don't know why. Or it's because of this. You just gotta go fast. Why didn't I think of that? I do call set effects, don't I? I do. So I should be overriding that. Effects to apply is literally only one. But I still have slowness. So who's lying to me? One of you is. Get attribute. Let me put you in a tick here. This dot effects literally only smoke blind. Add effect. Where is it possibly getting this slowness from? One thought is it's applying default values before it gets added to the level. I don't know how much I trust that logic, though. Let's see. It is. It's applying these default values. So if I just do this, and then in effects, where I check for effects, yeah, we just don't do anything. Let's try that. Because I think what's happening is we don't add the thing to the world, but when we create it, it might technically be there and try to tick anyway. Which in my mind doesn't make sense. If it's not added to the level, how is it ticking? But, well, you never know. Maybe I'm just crazy. Oh, and now it crashed because this dot effects is null. So it is running this once. if this dot effects is not equal to null. And in fact, don't do anything if this is not equal to null. Null. There we go. Please be done. Please. We made it 4.5 hours today. That's wild. We didn't do exactly what I had planned to get done, but we did at least one thing that I thought of. Okay, yeah, so that's working. Now we're not getting stupid speed. So we have in this configurable thing, which I can make it invisible. I can make it invisible. Set to visible. False. Wait. Right. Okay, well, I'll make it invisible and invisible eventually. But we can now summon entities in the world that will apply potion effects in radiuses. The idea is that we place this guy down with one ability and then tie it together with something like this, where we shoot off all of the smoke. And we can see when we're not close enough, so we gotta tweak the radius, but once we're in here, we should be able to, yeah, have a cool smoke ability. And what was that? Okay, is the button. I'm a little concerned about these things. One thing I do think I could probably do is maybe optimize them where, like, I just disable some of them. I just stop them from ticking and existing. And I think that would probably help out with some of the potential lag of that, but also just tweaking that. But that's going to be for a different video, or I'm just going to do it for fun. But I think for today, though, I'm done. How does it look in third person? It looks like that. Unless you're talking about the blindness, it looks like this. Anyway, thanks everyone for bearing with me today. We didn't do like I said, we didn't do exactly like I wanted, but we still got some stuff done. We got a couple abilities, and yeah, I feel like the effects in this are gonna be a lot cooler than they were in the old version of the mod. At least I'm hoping. But yeah, thanks everyone. I will see you all the next time I stream or post a video. Who knows? I don't know. All right. I'm ending it. See y'all later. Bye.